the advisor to the President, Mr. Saulius Olencevičius, dear representatives of Seimas and government, dear participants of the conference, distinguished guests, dear colleagues in the room and those watching us online. I am the Director General of the National Library of Lithuania, Aušrinė Žilinskienė, and I'm cordially welcome you all to the International Conference on Memory Institutions and the State, organized by the Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania in cooperation with the American Space at the National Library of Lithuania. The event aims to explore the dynamic relationship between memory institutions, the nation, and the state from various historical and other perspectives. The National Library has the honor and the mission to be a platform for the most important public forums and debates in the country. In addition to being the National Library, we are also a parliamentary library that has earned a reputation as a trusted partner both nationally and internationally. We are therefore very pleased to welcome the distinguished participants of the conference, researchers, guests, and organizers. The National Library has recently been particularly active in strengthening partnerships with memory and cultural institutions, as well as the business sector. This allows us to feel the pulse of the country, to keep up with the public mood and controversies related to history, painful experiences, and memory preservation. By organizing the conference, we want to underline the role of memory institutions, from the libraries, museums, and archives to small private initiatives. They play in the documenting, understanding, strengthening, and building the state. Being in the center of the dynamic process, the memory institutions are not always aware of how much they have been contributing to history, shaping memory policies, and educating society as well as the decision makers. When we received 60 proposals from all over the world in response to the call for papers for this conference, it became clear that the topic is of great relevance to the scholars in Lithuania and globally. The documentation of war is another parallel theme of the conference, to which we kindly invite you to contribute not only scholars, but also practitioners from the memory institutions. Even if it is a sensitive topic, since we are all jointly responsible for the preservation of memory, we must be prepared. This year, the National Library of Lithuania is celebrating the 105th anniversary of the National Library. Moreover, I am pleased that we celebrate this occasion by bringing the scholars and representatives of the memory institutions together to discuss the challenges and the future of our state. The Fall Conference of the National Library of Lithuania, which has already become an annual event, was inspired by the establishment of the Statehood Center when in October 2017, Vytautas Landsbergis, the first head of state of the restored Republic of Lithuania, donated his personal library to the National Library of Lithuania. I would like to thank the International Scientific Committee for preparing the conference program. I have to say for amazing and very contributing program. The partner organizations and our sponsors for helping to organize the conference, and of course, huge applause to my dearest colleagues, the team of the National Library, for making it happen. Thank you for your commitments and your efforts. I wish all the speakers, panelists, and the listeners of the conference a productive work and fruitful discussions. Before I gave the floor to Dr. Ingrida Veliūtė, the chair of the conference committee, I am pleased to announce the further official greetings to the conference. First, I invite you to listen to the greeting of the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania, Simonas Kairys.
Dear all, whether we like it or not, each of us serves as a memory box. Our minds hold memories, and our bodies do too. Additionally, we are part of larger collective memory. Memory is a territory where independence is particularly vital. History demonstrates that there are always those who seek to conquer, erase, or manipulate memory. They often conclude the violent tasks with the phrase, "and no one will remember." In contrast, we, who advocate for freedom, democracy, and memory, proclaim, "We will always remember." And we truly will. The National Library, which is celebrating its anniversary, plays a crucial role in the process of memory. Democracy, culture, heritage, identity, they all rest on foundation of memory. We are at once both creators and witnesses of historical events. Both roles are extremely important. Therefore, I wish to the library to always have people at its core, both creators and witnesses, who understand the mission of memory institutions, are unafraid to take responsibility for our country and its memory. Congratulations to all the participants of the conference. Today, you celebrate not only the anniversary of the library, but also the importance of memory. I wish you engaging discussions and rewarding time together. Thank you.
Now I'm pleased to invite the advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Saulius Olensevičius, to the stage to address the participants of the conference.
Thank you very much. Good morning. That's a bit high. Thank you. Distinguished organizers of the Conference International, dear participants, guests, and esteemed colleagues. Welcome to the Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania. Today we are celebrating not only 105th anniversary of this national institution of culture and memory, but we are also set to discuss deeply relevant issues. It is increasingly, in this globalized world undergoing tectonic geopolitical shifts, important for all of us, we aim to define the relationship for individuals, nations, civil communities, and states with history, examining the events of the past that shaped us and to continue to influence us, or perhaps have been forgotten sometimes. In the 21st century, Lithuania, both as state and society, is increasingly maturing in its approach to history, striving to reassess the past and transform it into the source of strength. These processes are not unique only to Lithuania. The large presence of speakers from the United States, European countries, and Ukraine highlights the immense value and broad geopolitical significance of these topics. I am confident that this academic forum will serve as an open platform for discussion, inviting reflection on how memory institutions, libraries, archives, museums, and galleries engage, and sometimes not engage, in political, social, and cultural processes, and what significance they hold for the future of individual states, as well as Europe and the world. Memory institutions not only collect, preserve, and digitize historical and cultural heritage, but also bring them into contemporary relevance, integrate it into academic discourse, and presented to the public, thus shaping collective memory. In doing so, memory institutions also fulfill a national mission, the goal of understanding and nurturing the historical and cultural identity of the nation and as a civic community. These institutions play a crucial role in ensuring that we can gather and pass to the future generations knowledge of the past events, which have left a lasting impact on all areas of our lives. Finding answers to questions about European identity is impossible without a genuine and authentic relationship with the past. However, it is essential that our relationship with history is not only deep and also respectful, openly accepting both our great achievements and the painful aspects of our past. In Lithuania today, meaningful debates are taking place. Our society is bravely addressing and healing from the wounds of the past. This, in turn, lays the foundation for the strength, maturity, and resilience of the state and the civic nation. The importance of these fundamental existential values stands out now more than ever, especially in the face of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine. An imperialistic aggression rooted in the rewriting of history, manipulation of the past, propaganda, disdain of the cultural identity of other nations, and the destruction of cultural heritage must be countered with the power of academic and cultural knowledge. For the countries of Western Europe, the Second World War ended in 1945. What followed was a great era of democracy, reconstruction, and rapid economic growth. The Nazi regime was condemned at Nuremberg, old wounds healed, historical adversaries reconciled. It looked different for those who stuck under the occupation of the Soviet forces. Many countries, like Central and Eastern Europe, were subjugated, people further terrorized by the Soviet totalitarian regime, social life and economy destroyed, and on the high altars of the communist ideology. It is no wonder that for us, Lithuanians, the Second World War ended only in 1993, when the last tanks of occupying Russian forces left our territory. Ladies and gentlemen, the day has come to Europe to finally acknowledge the crimes associated with both major totalitarian ideologies, Nazism and communism. The world has already decisively condemned the Nazi regime. The bitter lessons of Nazi crimes have become an obligatory part of the education process all over Europe. We know a lot about the victims and the perpetrators, and yet it is unfortunate that the memory and knowledge of Soviet crimes has not found yet rightful place within the general European consciousness. Let us reflect before it's not too late. This calls us to draw upon the experience of history to assess both the scale of threats and our responsibility to respond, guided by a clear moral and ethical compass. Our historical memory has become a mission, helping Lithuania, Ukraine, and other countries to fully appreciate the value of democracy and freedom, and to defend and fight for them. It is heartening that this international conference will explore how memory institutions, in collaborations with various organizations and communities, contribute to uncovering history, building a cohesive society, and fostering democratic values. It is encouraging that this discourse will embrace the intellectual potential of scholars, memory institutions, and cultural heritage specialists from Lithuania and abroad. It will bring together researchers developing methodological approaches for studying historical memory and specialists who have accumulated invaluable empirical experience, fostering productive and creative dialogue. Therefore, there is no doubt that the insights of speakers and discussants will help to forge a stronger relationship between memory institutions and the state, paving the way for a more meaningful and community-centered future. This will strengthen international ties between memory institutions and open new prospects for future cooperation. Today, I extend special greetings to memory institutions and to the international and national academic and cultural communities. You have an important task, not only creating connections with the past, but also linking the present in a ways to shape our future. Your works serves as a bridge of knowledge across the generations, nations, and states. It inspires, educates, and lays the foundation for our future path forward. Therefore, I invite us all to engage in a respectful and inspiring discussion, where each perspective, I am confident, will find its rightful place, and where every question is and will remain important. Only in this way we can address pressing issues around the European identity, core values, and future versions. I thank all the speakers, participants, and organizers for your dedication and work in preserving and promoting memory and cultural heritage. I wish you meaningful discussions, creative ideas, and inspirations. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Well, today I am a chair of the conference, but normally in everyday life I am Deputy Director General for Research and Strategic Development, and I'm very happy to have you all here in the conference hall and online. And I will try to do my best in a very short welcome speech. So thank you, all guests, all supporting politicians, and of course the United States Embassy in Lithuania, whose support for the National Library is greatly appreciated. The library fulfills not only an academic role, but as already the director said, functions as a parliamentary library, and uniting us all in a shared vision for informed and effective policy. I would also like to extend a big thank to our colleagues from Scientific Committee, of course, and from Organizing Committee, and as well as our technical support team, who will do their very best over the coming days to ensure the success of this event. The theme of today's scientific conference, Memory Institutions in the State, has been on my mind for more than 2 years. This theme emerged strongly in 2022, shortly after the aggression against Ukraine, during discussions at the Baltic Museology School. Thanks to Dr. Katrin Pabst and Dr. Kaja Shirok and Vaiva Lenkelienė from Culture Ministry, we spoke about the dealing with difficult heritage. And uncomfortable and brutal and heritage and culture policy and its reflections has been my personal area of interest for over 20 years. So the opportunity to openly explore these challenging topics during this conference feels like long-awaited dream comes true. I'll borrow a phrase from Jan Hogner from University of Bern, who will be speaking in the second panel today, the soul of the state. This is exactly it. Memory institutions have the power to delve deeply and presently openly. The fact that we could only invite the fraction of the potential speakers reflects the significance of this theme and the courage of the scholars who are willing to address it. Additionally, for the submission we received from across Europe and beyond showed that this topic resonates globally relevant to any country in the world. Without further delay, I am honored to introduce Dr. Michael H. Bernhardt, the inaugural holder at the Raymond and Miriam Ehrlich Eminent Scholar Chair in Political Science at the University of Florida. Our guest has delivered lectures at numerous universities across North America, Asia, and Europe, and has conducted archival and fieldwork in Poland, Germany, England, and Hungary. Before joining the University of Florida, Dr. Bernhardt served at the faculty of Penn State University for 20 years. He has also been a visiting researcher at the Institute of Sociology and Philosophy at the University of Warsaw and the Center of International Affairs at Harvard University. After today's keynote, we hope that the National Library of Lithuania and several universities in Vilnius will be added to this distinguished list. For further details on Dr. Bernhardt's impressive career, please refer to our conference page. And I would like just to add that the key areas of this research includes the role of civil society in democratization, institutional choices in new democracies, the political economy of a democratic resilience, and the legacy of extreme dictatorship. Dear Dr. Michael, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it seems fine. Greetings. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for coming to hear my lecture, even before I deliver it. So this is something that I developed for the conference, sui generis. So it's sort of new thinking. So any feedback will be absolutely appreciated. The topic of my talk are state memory institutions and modes of civil society. So the literature on civil society recognizes that civil society plays different roles in the institutional and regime histories of any nation. In a recent piece, I discussed 4 modalities of civil society, one called insurgent, one called institutionalized, one called uncivil, and one called firewall. Insurgent civil society is the product of authoritarian rule and arises when social movements and other forms of independent organization contest authoritarian rule. Institutionalized civil society is the normal interest group politics under democratic rule. Competing interests organize and mobilize to attain their interests by exercising influence over power holders and institutions of the state. Uncivil society is composed of organizations and movements that seek to install or maintain authoritarian rule. Under democracy, this may include anti-system elements that try to undermine or overthrow democracy, and semi-loyal organizations that attempt to weaken and undermine democratic norms and institutions. Under authoritarian rule, this may include social movements that support the regime, transmission belt organizations, or government-organized non-governmental organizations, a contradiction in terms, sometimes called gongos. Finally, firewall civil society is associated with periods of democratic backsliding and deterioration, when forms of horizontal and vertical accountability associated with democratic rule are enfeebled. Civil society organizations can exercise forms of social accountability in support of democracy. And what I'm going to do is address what I think are some relationships between state memory organizations and civil society organizations under each of these modalities. To start, I understand state memory institutions as organizations that serve as repositories of knowledge that the state wishes to make available to the public. They include, but are not limited to, libraries, archives, museums, heritage sites, monuments, and research organizations. So let's start with insurgent civil society, the situation where civil society organizations challenge authoritarian rule. So insurgent civil society is an intrinsic part of democratic transitions. Transitions can be initiated either by civil society contention, which causes a split in ruling elites, or by a split in the authoritarian elite for reasons of power struggle between them. At that point, civil society will sometimes emerge when there's liberalization and becomes part of extending authoritarian liberalization into democratization. Under conditions of authoritarians, SMIs, state memory institutions, are firmly under the control of the authoritarian incumbents. They've become part of the state that the authoritarian regime uses to inculcate its ideology. In the early stages of such a struggle, the relationship between SMIs and oppositional civil society milieus are antithetic. The role of SMIs is to defend the state line on the history and culture of the country. So in such situations, civil society insurgencies often create their own alternative memory institutions to contest the state interpretation of the past. If we think about opposition to communism, and the example that I know best here is the example of Poland, provides a rich history of this sort of thing. The pre-Solidarity opposition of the 1970s already created its own infrastructure to contest the official memory narrative of the state, as promulgated by SMIs at that phase. In particular, they focused on so-called białe płamy, white spots, blank spaces in history. So the kinds of institutions that created included things such as flying universities, which delivered lectures on censored areas to publics and private apartments. Underground publishing houses, which printed books and journals. These included banned books, selections of documents that were not available to the public, official research on banned subjects, and bulletins of current events and struggles, the so-called Sphere of Bibuła in Polish. There was also the creation of a smuggling network which brought in Tamizdat books and journals and distributed Bibuła nationally. So there was literally a creation of an alternative set of memory institutions to contest the narrative of the state. And it allowed for the investigation of a number of issues that were not allowed in official discourse in the past. For instance, the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, including such ramifications as Katyn, deportations of Poles to Siberia, etc. The history of the non-communist resistance during World War II. The post-war repression of the Polish underground and political parties. Polish-Jewish relations, and past contentious events under communism, such as 1956, 1968, 1970-71, 1976, and Solidarity. So it recovered the history of all these things after they were repressed. Finally, successful liberalization changes what's possible in SMIs. So as the struggle for democracy is waged with liberalization, SMI employees, many of whom are experts and are non-political, are able to expand what it is possible to say and do in places like museums to allow researchers greater access and to display and produce banned artistic works, and to themselves research questions upon which there were constraints in the past. So during the phase of liberalization, SMIs can begin to move to become, if not an ally to civil society organizations, at least not as antithetic. A good example of this would be the transformation of the Soviet intelligentsia under Gorbachev. It's just a vivid example. It was possible then in the official press to publish on former blank spots in journals and books. Many banned books were published during this period. Researchers got to explore questions of the past in a new way as archives allowed them greater access to sensitive materials. And with this, SMIs may become sites of memory contestation and the possibility for alliances between the opposition and some reform-oriented employees within SMIs. I next turn to the phase of institutionalized civil society. This is where CSOs, civil society organizations, participate in a system of interest representation under a democratic regime. With transitions to democracy, the relationship between civil society and the state changes. The restraints on freedom of organization and expression that existed under dictatorship are removed. Civil society moves out of an adversarial mode and begins to constitute a realm of organized interests. An antagonistic relationship to state power is replaced by one characterized by trying to influence the holders of power directly through lobbying and support, and indirectly through the influencing of public opinion. This transformation is predicated on the depolitization of memory institutions. Thank you. And their replacement by a meritocratic service ethos that respects freedom of information and equal access for all. It does not lead to a complete depolitization of state memory institutions, though. It means that civil society organizations and government will push memory narratives congruent with their interests. This means that state memory institutions have the potential to become sites of public contestation when their public-facing work takes a position on controversies in the national memory field. But this is a good thing to discuss our points of controversy in our national memory. In Eastern Europe, this is observable, for instance, in the politics of museums. One example of this, for instance, and I don't think it's necessarily a good example, is the so-called House of Terror in Budapest. This is a museum devoted to the twin totalitarianisms of fascism and communism. It was designed by Maria Schmidt in conjunction with her sponsors in Fidesz, yet coverage in the museum was unbalanced. Only a few rooms were devoted to the Arrow Cross, the fascist party in Hungary. The rest of the museum was devoted to the Communist Party and its successors, and did a very good job of describing the way in which communist totalitarianism terrorized Hungary. But there was no coverage at all of the Horthy regime and its collaboration with Hitler at all. Many new museums have been created in Poland as well. There's a new museum of World War II, the Warsaw Uprising, the Solidarity Center in Gdansk, and recently the opening of a museum of contemporary art. Each has its own take on the national ethos, depending on its sponsor and management, but it is a more open contestation of national memory. The transition from insurgent to institutionalized civil society is fraught with dangers sometimes for state memory institutions. In cases where state memory institutions were controlled closely by nomenclature appointees who were expected to follow party directives and censor sensitive topics, SMIs can become sites of memory conflict. Political appointees are subject to lustration challenges. With employees of some SMIs, the demands between professionalism and politics were in tension, and this raises the question of moral compromise in the immediate period following the transition. Such employees can become targets in political struggle. Also, some SMIs were dismantled or privatized in the early phases. For instance, preventative censorship organizations, for good reasons, were completely abolished, as were departments of Marxism-Leninism, which were also a former institution of state memory. These are not necessarily bad things, but they may be, it may be bad for those who worked in those places. Theaters, operas, and orchestras are freed from constraints. State publishing houses no longer worried about censorship, and some of them were even privatized, and they were subjected to competition from newly formed firms. The notion of the public sphere as something fully contested by the state disintegrated, and in most places was replaced by a pluralist model. The most notorious case of extreme conflict was when Stasi employees tried to destroy files in East Germany in the period 1989 to 1990, and were confronted by protesters, civil society protesters, who actually occupied the main archive in Berlin and several regional offices in order to stop the destruction of files and the destruction of the memory of communism and its repression. This led to the creation of the so-called Gauck Commission, which brought the files under the control of the state, and led to the creation of the Stasi Records Agency, which is an important now state memory institution in Germany. The Records Agency is professionally administered, has a central archive in Berlin and 12 regional centers. I got to visit one of these regional centers in Chemnitz this summer, and I can tell you that they're very well organized, professionally managed, and anxious for researchers to make use of their resources and are open to all. Let's go to the third modality, uncivil society, in which civil society organizations challenge democracy, potentially leading to democratic backsliding or breakdown. There are other synonyms for this in the literature that I don't particularly like the terminology I'm using here. Some people call bad civil society. Some people call it dark civil society. The more I think about it, I like the term anti-democratic civil society, because these are civil society organizations, but their motivations are to undermine democracy one way or another. And I think it's important to understand that they're part of civil society, and that civil society is a site of contestation between competing interests, and sometimes people's interests are pursued in anti-democratic fashion. Anti-democratic civil society aids political forces that wish to overthrow democracy or weaken its institutional constraints on their power. There are differences here between what we call disloyal and semi-loyal actors. Disloyal actors seek to directly overthrow the system, so examples of this would be Mussolini's March on Rome, the Czechoslovak communist coup d'etat of 1948. Those are direct kind of anti-democratic, as are coups d'etats in general. In most cases, the dirty work is carried out by military officers, but often political parties or civil society organizations back them and provide the rationale for them taking that kind of action. Semi-loyal actors participate in the system, but use their participation to undermine democratic norms and to advance the power of parties not fully committed to the rules of the democratic game, who try to weaken the rules of the democratic game. There have been recent examples of this in cases of democratic backsliding in Central Europe. So, for instance, the so-called clubs of the Polish Gazette, Kluby Gazety Polskie, and the civic circles in Hungary were both local discussion clubs set up across Poland and Hungary to push the agendas of PiS and Fidesz. On one level, they helped to build the electoral machinery that put both parties in power and carried on their historical and cultural messages in the public sphere. They functioned as civic memory institutions that contested narratives of democratic transition in both countries. So I had to cover a lot of ground here to get to the relevance of this mode with regard to state memory institutions. The connections are two. Populist movements are often revisionist with regard to history, or as Jan Kubik and I called it, they were memory warriors. Populist civil society organizations help to promulgate these revisionist rules, attack state memory institutions that disagree with their interpretations, and provide a recruiting ground for experts to work in state memory institutions if and when populists take power. In short, they are used to launch attacks at SMIs in the search for power, and their personnel are a source of staffing when illiberal political parties take control of the state. Both Fidesz and PiS waged campaigns to rehabilitate certain political actors who had been discredited during World War II. So Fidesz took a much more charitable interpretation of the actions of the Horthy regime, as well as individual Nazi collaborators such as Albert Voss or Józef Nyro. Nyro was a writer who joined the Arrow Cross. Voss was blatantly anti-Semitic and committed in absentia of killing Romanian peasants, an Orthodox priest, and Jews in Transylvania after World War II. While his role in the killings is disputed, the anti-Semitic messages in his writings during World War II are not. They're evidence. Similarly, PiS supporters used their positions in universities and the National Institute of Memory to propound revisionist narratives of history. There was an attempt, for instance, to resurrect particular groups of so-called cursed soldiers, żołnierze wyklęci, who continued to resist Soviet occupation, including those who had collaborated with the Gestapo and SS in the final phases of the war. I have no truck with the idea of celebrating the people who continued to resist Soviet occupation at the end of the war as anything less than heroes, yet at the same time, the ones who collaborated with the Gestapo and the SS to do that, to me, it seems, are not worthy of commemoration. And so this particular unit, the Holy Cross Mountain Brigade, was celebrated by a regional branch of the Polish National Memory Institution, and this is a good example of sort of anti-democratic civil society actions, or of state institutions being colonized by civil society actors who then use them for non-democratic means. In a sense, the creation of EPN, the Institute for National Memory in Warsaw, or in Poland, created a lot of jobs for historians, and while the institution is populated by people of very different, of multiple orientations, there is a kind of cadre of people who try to be right-wing provocateurs in EPN. Finally, firewall civil society. And here I'm talking about situations of backsliding and potential democratic breakdown. So illiberal power holders work to undermine democracy from within. Democracy is self-enforcing because of mechanisms of accountability that allow political actors and citizens to hold those in power responsible for their acts. Vertical accountability is provided by scheduled elections, which allow voters to confirm their confidence in rulers or to turn them out of power. Aspirational dictators undermine electoral freedom and fairness. They try to undermine vertical accountability. A perfect example of how this was utterly successful is the case of Russia, in where elections no longer determine who holds power. They're designed as plebiscitary confirmations of Putin's power. We know the result of the election before it's held. They become exercises in signaling obedience, not in choosing leadership by the people. In Hungary, elections are free, but not fair. The district boundaries and system of voting were reconstructed to enhance advantages to the ruling party, Fidesz. Fidesz also controls the state media, and Orban's allies control the vast majority of private media, so the press sphere is controlled by the state, and thus the elections are not fully fair. Even though they're free, nobody's prevented from running from office. The opposition is largely unharassed during elections, but the system of elections and the system of public information is tilted towards the ruling party. Horizontal accountability is provided by the division of powers. The judiciary and legislature have the ability to curb the unfettered exercise of power of the executive. Party majority government in support of a prime minister allows the executive party to push through legislation with impunity. It also allows that party to undermine things such as judicial accountability by stacking the courts and with their own appointees and legal reforms. It also allows the party to stack other accountability institutions like national banks, boards of public institutions like things that control state TV and radio, cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, as well as those with auditing functions like control chambers. So again, in the case of Hungary, Fidesz won its elections with constitutional majorities and began to tailor institutions in ways that tended to lock them into power. They undermined judicial independence, manipulated the voting system, and created a system of special laws which, while normally ratified, can only be repealed by a two-thirds majority, thus leaving laws that they passed in place should they fall out of power. The first peace government in Poland following the elections of 2015 controlled both the Sejm and Senate and was able to move legislation much faster because of this. After the elections of 2019, when they lost control of the Senate, this allowed the opposition to slow down at least the legislative process and complicated their ability to put their program into power. When both vertical and horizontal accountability are undermined, the last form of constraint on executive power is the social accountability provided by civil society. It can constrain government actions by monitoring and reporting on them, contesting them in the courts, and by protests and other forms of contentious activity. It can obstruct some government actions and impose audience costs on the government where elections are still relatively free and fair, so the government has to worry about the future. This is what we call firewall civil society. It's the last break of accountability against authoritarian takeover when horizontal and vertical accountability have been weakened or destroyed. Successful examples of this would be the women's marches in Poland, which contributed to the unseating of the Morawiecki government, or the mobilization of civil society in the electoral campaign that took the Mečiar government out in Slovakia in the 1990s, or the protests against the Fico government after the murder of Jan Kuciak and Martina Kushnirova, which led to his resignation in 2018. The Million Moments for Democracy protest, which undermined support for Babiš in Czechia in 2018 and 2019. There are many more examples, however, of unsuccessful protest. There have been vast numbers of anti-Orban protests in Hungary to this day, none of which has succeeded in removing Fidesz from power. And perhaps the most tragic example is the 1 in 5 million movement in Serbia, which protested active violence against opposition politics by the Vučić administration, which sustained a campaign of protest from the 30th of November in 2018 to the 15th of March in 2020 and was only suspended because of COVID, but was nonetheless unsuccessful. The period of firewall civil society is a dangerous time for SMIs. Illiberal governments seek to control historical narratives. Employees in SMIs could be compelled to embrace the government line or lose their jobs. Let me just check on the time. SMIs find themselves in the position of having to side with state power holders against civil society. Upon the taking of power by liberal governments, when they move to exert their power against SMIs, we see cases where people have lost their jobs. So the case of the World War II Museum in Gdańsk, it was attacked for presenting the war in too international perspective, and while not focusing enough attention on the suffering of Poland in a report commissioned by the Peace Minister of Culture, Piotr Gliński, it allowed an attack on the museum ensued, and with that, they moved to combine the museum with the memorial to the Westerplatte events at the outbreak of World War II at the memorial there, in order to remove the founding director of the World War II Museum, Paweł Maćkiewicz. The museum contested these actions in a publicity campaign, including open letters from historians and other scholars in court. Eventually, the ministry won in the Supreme Administrative Court, and which was stacked by peace appointees. The founding director was thus removed by the peace government, and a number of exhibitions were redone. And a very strange film was added to the end of the exhibit, which presented the suffering of Poland in a kind of cartoonish fashion. The board of directors was replaced by a group of historians aligned with peace rather than the people who had created the museum. There were similar things with the removal of Dariusz Stola, the founding director of the Poland Museum, the Museum of Polish Jewry in Poland. And there were a number of cases where museum directors in Poland were removed and replaced for being insufficiently nationalist and traditional. These included Robert Castro, director of the Polish History Museum in Warsaw, Joanna Wasilewska of Warsaw's Asia and Pacific Museum, Jaroslav Suchan of the Łódź Museum of Art, Alicja Kinast of the Silesian Museum in Katowice, Jerry Mizolek of the National Museum in Warsaw, Małgorzata Ludowisiak of the Ujazdowski Gallery, and I could go on and on and on. So you can see under peace that directorship of museums became highly politicized, and people who had been selected as museum directors were removed because they were resistant to changing museum exhibits to be in line with peace's interpretation of history. Another example from Poland is its Holocaust law. I'd say it's understandable that Poles are upset when foreigners talk about the Polish Holocaust because, after all, there was no Polish state. During the Second World War, the extermination camps were put in Poland by the Nazis. It was administered by the SS in the so-called General Gouvernement. The Poles did not have the problem of state-level collaboration with the Nazis, and the highest level of Polish civil authority during the Second World War was at the level of the city or town with mayors. Yet there were Poles who did aid the Nazis at the local level, or who sold out Jews or fellow citizens who hid them. And there are Polish historians who've studied this. And the law was used to attack Polish academics who did research on this lower level of Polish collaboration. For instance, Barbara Enkelking and Jan Grabowski edited the book Night Without End, The Fate of Jews in German-occupied Poland. The book described an episode where a local village chief, a Soltis, handed over Jews to the Nazis. The book was attacked by a group of historians who said the sources used in it were not accurate. They were then sued by the relatives of the Soltis, of the village head. This case was funded by a peace-linked NGO, the Polish League Against Defamation. The founder was Maciej Świerski, who peace later appointed to chair the National Television and Radio Council. So the connections there between the ruling party and this suit were very strong. Eventually, this was litigated in court. At first, the two historians were found guilty and were ordered to make an apology without any fine. It was appealed, and with that, it was overturned on grounds of academic freedom. In Hungary, we can also see several instances of government interventions to curtail autonomy of state memory institutions and their replacement by institutions with pro-government institutions. So, for instance, in 2019, the autonomy of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences was reduced when Parliament gave budgetary control to the Ministry of Technology and Innovation, and the Hungarian Academy of Sciences was, instead of being an independent academic institution, became one which was controlled more closely by the state. In 2020, the government reduced the autonomy of the University of Theatre and Film Arts. This led to petitions, protests, and a human chain around the building, but it was ineffective. Again, with the case of MTA, there were major demonstrations, protests, and open letters without result. There's also been the creation of new research academies following the government agenda in in Hungary. For instance, the creation of the Matthias Corvinus Collegium has been created to create a new generation of activists for Fidesz, as well as create a national think tank which propounds Orban's ideas about what the future of Europe is. So that summarizes my discussion and some examples of the kinds of things that I see going on between state memory institutions and civil society. And now to some conclusions. We live in a dangerous moment, I believe, where the polarization of political views is growing and becoming commonplace. Citizens of individual countries now look at each other with hostility or even enmity. Such a world threatens the integrity of the ethos of those who staff state memory institutions, who have a professional ethos and are interested in making information publicly available widely to society. The criteria that they hold are often professional and not based on political criteria. Curators of art museums use aesthetic criteria to assemble their collections and shows. Good art is not associated with any political position on the political spectrum. Both the right and the left, as we know, are quite capable of producing political kitsch and trying to pass it off as art. Archivists and librarians try to preserve the records of the past and make them available to researchers and organize them in ways that make them more accessible. This is an ethos of service and openness. Universities and research institutions are there for the pursuit of knowledge, not for the promulgation of narratives that privilege one political actor over the other. They're there to teach students to think clearly and make them aware of stores of knowledge available for them to make up their own minds. Their personal politics should not be the concern of teachers. Everyone has the right to an education, period. The safest environment for state memory institutions is a tolerant and pluralistic culture where they can serve their purposes without prejudice. In these times, state memory institutions face the threat of becoming targets of memory warriors who seek political gain from attacking aspects of their work. This can be carried out by actors in civil society or forces that are politically in control of the state. Civil society organizations can sometimes try to defend the autonomy of state memory institutions, but the successful examples of that, as I said in the last section, are few and far between. And in a region where state memory institutions were subject to political control for decades, movement back in this direction would certainly be a tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, and I hope that we have questions from audience for our lecturer.
So not all protests are successful, and the ruling government I imagine that the ruling government needs some sort of a deeper incentive to listen to the protesters. What do you think makes a protest successful or unsuccessful? What are the deeper reasons?
Well, I think it's very important for protests to work that vertical accountability has to be intact. And I think that's kind of the lesson between the unseating of the PiS government in Poland while the Fidesz government is now on its 4th term. And I think because the Hungarians had constitutional control and could change the rules of the game in their own direction, that that they've been able to stay in power longer. In Poland, PiS only had a simple majority in parliament, not a constitutional majority, and thus it left the electoral mechanism largely alone, though they did try and pull a few tricks here and there. They also, I think, moved too radical with their position on reproductive freedom, and I think that brought out young people and women in a highly contentious set of protests prior to the last election, and for that reason, the support of PiS was eroded, and the parties in the opposition were able to win the elections. So there we have a case where contentious activity galvanized electoral mobilization. And there's a good example of where it may work. I mean, protest on its own does not bring down elected governments, but they can weaken their position, and if they don't respond to contentious protests, if they're not responsive to the citizenry, they face a threat in the next election. So as long as the vertical accountability mechanism remains in place, I think contentious activity can impose costs on rulers that they have to be aware of. And that means they either have to perhaps back away from policies that are too radical, that are too alienating to society, if they want to remain in power, or else they face the threat of being removed from power in the next electoral cycle.
Do we have more questions?
Thank you, Michael. That was very interesting. I have a question about the relationship between the 4 modes of civil society that you mentioned. Is there any fluidity or movement between these 4 modes? Or are they rigid? Are they rigid structures around them? Are the agents and the actors are clearly identified in each of them, or are they moving across depending on circumstances or over time? If that makes sense. Thank you.
I think they all perhaps, or obviously in insurgent civil society, they're more informal social movement and kind of underground organizational structures because of dealing with authoritarian rule. And I think in the other modes, you can have things like contentious social movements and sort of, how shall I put it, organizations which perhaps are more interested in changing the rules of the game than in influencing power. But I think for instance, in the institutionalized mode, as well as the uncivil and the firewall, you have a broader mix of organizations that includes both kind of institutionalized interest groups, NGOs, and things like that don't exist in the insurgent mode. As well as more contentious kinds of organizations. So certainly the mix of organizations changes on the mode, whether there's more contentious activity or more kind of institutionalized lobby, public opinion formation kind of organizations. I also think obviously these things are linked to let's say, what's going on in terms of regime. I mean, obviously, insurgent civil society is something that arises in response to authoritarianism, where the other 3 are different ways that civil society interacts under democracy. The sort of the institutionalized is the regularized civil society that tries to influence power holders and move policy in their direction, whereas the other 2 are more informal, are not linked up to the interest system per se, but are actively engaging in a way that's extra parliamentary, extra outside the system of interest articulation. So different mixes of organizations have different have different weights in these periods. I also think, obviously, that these are all, I mean, Insurgent civil society is something that is counter-authoritarianism, and the other three are modes of engaging in democratic politics depending on what the state of democracy is. Institutionalized is very stable, pluralistic democracy, whereas both uncivil and firewall are kind of two sides of contention in phases of democracy where it is under threat, and some parts of civil society are trying to undermine it, and other parts of civil society are trying to defend democracy.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions. No, okay.
I just have a comment. You spoke about these changes in Poland in positions of directors under peace, and when you write your article, be more careful, because it's not very accurate what you said about all those changes. There were a lot of changes, but we cannot say that all those directors were put out because they were not enough nationalists, because they were different cases, different. Most of them just finished the contract. But there was many of them which were put out because of the politician reason. But for example, Robert Kostra was finished his position just recently, and not because he was not enough nationalist. It's the opposite, maybe. So I think the problem is different because we now have a lot of changes also on the position of directors, and it's from right to left. And I think the real problem is that the politics have so much influence of those positions, and yet on the strategy and politics and activity of those institutions as museums, libraries, etc. So this is the real problem, not really the personal, cases. And yeah, thank you.
Yes, going into actual, how to say that, at contemporary politics, but not getting too political. But I wanted to ask, in the context of the US, if you compare to Belgium, we see the more you move on the right-wing spectrum, and if you go to the right, the more explicitly political parties are engaging or intervening in memory institutions and their policies. I don't know how the Republican Party at this moment is specifically trying to engage in that field.
Well, a good example would be there was something called the 1619 Project, which you probably heard about, which was something that was published in the New York Times. 1619 is the date when the first slaves were introduced into the United States, and of course it was a narrative that looked at slavery and the long-term impact it had on the black inhabitants of the United States. At the same time, the Republican Party formed a counter-narrative, something called the 1776 Institute, which celebrated American independence, the Constitution, and kind of the founding. So you do see that these kinds of memory politics are contested in the United States very much. In my own institution, there's been the creation of something called the Hamilton Institute, for instance, which is founded by state money and has hired approximately 13 political theorists and historians of the 18th and 19th century who study Anglo-American political thought and the founding of the American Republic. And the idea here is to make this a central part of the curriculum and teach it to students, for instance. And this has really been founded by money that is provided by the state as a special bequest, and it actually, the person who was hired to fund it was the graduate school roommate of the former president of the University of Florida, Ben Sasse, who recently resigned. So, I mean, I don't wish to blackball the people working there, because a high percentage of them are not ideologues. They happen to be people who are genuine scholars, who happen to be more to the center or right rather than to the left. But there are these attempts, for instance, to create institutions within institutions to teach specific narratives, for instance, in American universities. So that sort of thing does go on in the United States. There are bigger things going on in the United States now, which I think get more of the news coverage. But for instance, if you would read the Chronicle of Higher Education, you'd see a lot about the changes going on at my university. So if you looked at more specialized things, you would certainly see things like that going on.
Thank you. I would like to touch an aspect of so-called self-censorship. Even if we talk about the memory institutions, not NGOs, some of them, or mainly of them, are reporting to the ministries, education, science, or culture, it depends, or they are under the government. So it could be that they start to act, or they slowly start to act in the way they suppose they are expected to act from the governments. So have you ever considered the self-censorship of the state institutions, or have you had some artifacts in your research on that? Because sometimes it's not necessarily to change the leadership of the institution. It starts to change by themselves.
I've experienced it. So there's been a passage of a law in Florida which says you are not allowed to teach material that makes your students uncomfortable. So one has to be very careful, let's say, in talking about, make people uncomfortable on the basis of their identity. So for instance, in the context of teaching about the United States, if you teach about the legacies of slavery, you're not supposed to do it in a way that makes white students uncomfortable, which makes it very hard, for instance, to teach about the historical legacies of slavery. In teaching a course recently, I found myself from holding back in expressing my own opinion and keeping myself basically focused on the facts of the thing I was teaching and not my interpretation of things. So I'm well aware of these things, and they not only exist in places like Eastern Europe, but they exist in places in the United States where things like such as public education, and you know, I'm employed by a state university, and I'm an employee of the state, and I have to self-censor because if I say something, students are allowed to record me and report me, and it can get me into trouble. So such things widely exist around the globe these days, and as the politics of memory becomes increasingly politicized and engaged in politicization, I think we face new challenges to freedom of expression and freedom of thought that we didn't think about so long ago, or that we didn't think would exist under a pluralist democracy. I mean, obviously in this part of the world, people were quite used to hiding what they thought and only sharing it with friends, whereas now in the United States, and perhaps not taking it to the classroom or not taking it to the place of work. And we're beginning to see that to some extent in the United States now.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Do we have any very, very hot questions? So it's no. So I have the last one.
Sure.
What, in your opinion, is the role of memory institution in documenting and reflecting the ongoing war in Ukraine? I know that it is a long talk, but maybe in short.
Oh, I think it's absolutely necessary. I mean, you know, and there are actually historians who are on the ground and who are interviewing people and doing oral histories now, recording what people's everyday experience is and the like, and I think that's really very important work, and is going to be important in subsequent generations when the history of this unjust war is written up. So yeah, I mean, I've met several Ukrainian historians who are actually outside Ukraine and meeting people as they're coming out and taking testimonies, as well as people who are inside the country who are, for instance, people in Lviv who are meeting people who have experienced the war in the East and come and report on what happened to them. And obviously this is a really important task for historians at this point, to record kind of the everyday experience of people who are subject to this kind of violence and oppression.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, and thank you for giving a speech connected to our region. So I would like to get applause for our lecturer. Thank you. So now we have a half an hour break, coffee break, I mean, and short practical information before it. As you saw, we have 2 days and we have 2 places. So one place is here in a conference hall. Another place, it will be on the 2nd floor in a statehood center. So check the programs and decide where you want to go after the coffee break. And now half an hour, use this time to speak with our lecturer to know each other better, and we are coming back at 11 o'clock here or in a statehood. So see you. you, dear colleagues. We are coming back after a short break to our conference, and now we have a panel celebrating the 105th anniversary of the Lithuanian National Library, Transformations and Partnerships. Unfortunately, we have small changes in our program. Dagnija Baltina, the director of the National Library of Latvia, who planned to present paper about the National Library of Latvia as the laboratory of ideas for memory politics in Latvia, lost her voice and he couldn't come. Well, it's nothing unusual in November, and we are sending the best wishes to you, dear Dagnija, and we have no pressure to discuss about our topics. So we have a little bit more time, and we will have two topics to speak about. Actually, I was considering how to begin this very first panel of the conference, and I decided that as I am very proud of the strategic direction and priorities of our National Library in Lithuania, it's important to revisit our mission and vision. We aim to be an integral part of advancing public information policy, culture, education, science, and the economy. And our mission is very clear: to be Lithuanians' knowledge space, creating value for society. Creating social value requires people. People from all walks of life, young and old, children and students, seniors, readers, writers, listeners, ministers and politicians, soldiers and peacemakers, workers and homeless, the strong, the healthy and disabled. Together we are building and preserving the memory of the state. Beyond the library, partnerships are essential too. Over more than 100 years, the National Library has established a wide network of partners, and the importance of these partnerships, the sustainability of the outcomes, continues to grow. From archives to ballet theaters, across diverse projects from Vilnius to Klaipėda, and from Lithuania to Australia if you wish. As stated in our strategic documents and reflected here today, your presence as participants is proof of this reality. I am confident that after this conference we will establish even more connections with you and your memorial institutions. So, memory institutions, such as libraries, archives, museums, and public galleries, are pivotal in documenting and preserving cultural heritage and shaping collective memory. As the custodians of society's historical and cultural narratives, these institutions often find themselves at the intersection of state policies, social needs, and technological advancements. The relationships between memory institutions and the state raises fundamental questions about governance, access, representation, and preservation. To echo a powerful quote, memory institutions are truly the soul of the state. So let's begin with our first panelist, Dr. Jolanta Budriūnienė, and the title of the topic is A Paradigm of Lithuanian Studies in the 100-Year History of the National Library of Lithuania. Dr. Jolanta Budriūnienė is the director of the Documentary Heritage Research Department of Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania. She is the author and editor of handbooks, collections of articles, academic publications, and popular articles. She has participated in numerous international scientific conferences, has managed and implemented various national and international projects. So the floor is yours, Jolanta.
Thank you, dear Ingrida, for so extended presentation of myself. And for me, it's a big honor to start the first panel with the topic related to the history of Lithuanian National Library. And let me start. This year, as you all know, marks the 105th anniversary of Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania, and our library is contemporary to Lithuanian state. It dates back to the 20th December of 1919, when the Central State Bookstore, the precedent of the current National Library, was established by a resolution signed by Prime Minister Ernestas Galvanauskas. I would like briefly remind you that the idea of a national library in our country dates back to the early of 19th century. But however, due to the historical circumstances that you know, many you know very well, such as for decade-long ban of Lithuanian printing in Latin characteristic, like a World War First story, it was not possible to realize this idea at that time. And the idea of creating of a national library was revised when Lithuania regained its independence in 1918. And this fact we know stimulated changes in all areas of Lithuanian political, social, cultural, and economical life. To have its own national scientific and cultural institutions is not only a matter of honor of every nation, but it's also a foundation of a development of the intellectual capacity of its members. Therefore, after the restoration of Lithuania's independence, in the country main library, together with the University of Lithuania, founded at Kaunas also in 1919, they became the centers where the country's intellectual forces were concentrated and the information and knowledge base was accumulated. Cultural sociologist Pierre Bourdieu defines this process of mobilizing the symbolical and cultural capital of a country. As a contemporary of a country's independence, the National Library has also become a witness of the most important events in its history. It also preserves the documented processes, cultural and historical memory of that history. And one of the shapes of cultural and national identity of its citizens. From the very beginning of the library's activity until now, the main trajectory, the main mission of library is the construction of a value dimension for citizens' attitudes. A particularly important, if not the most important factor here is the Lithuanian studies in this broader sense. Lithuanian studies or Lithuanistics, or like we in Lithuania call it Lituanistika, is the body of scientific knowledge about Lithuania and Lithuanian nation. In that context of the library and within the scope of the report, the whole of the Lithuanian heritage is being discussed. I have built my presentation on several key historical periods for our country and the library as well. And first, of course, we have to go to the beginning of the library. And one of the most important tasks of the National Library, which has founded, as I mentioned, 1919, was to rescue the books of estates and closed institutions that have been left ownless after World War I. In other words, to try to preserve the old cultural heritage, the artifacts of a long cultural history of the 19th century and the culture of the manners. Thus, in 1919 and some few years, library have shaped the identity of its like a preserver of cultural heritage. The surviving archival documents and testimonies suggest that this was a very difficult process and that would be not impossible without the initiatives of the library staff and their understanding of this very specific mission. I have one quote from the Central Archive documents and want to read it. The bookstore in Plungė has been badly dismantled by the soldiers. But in the meantime, we will bring a wagon full of books and archival papers. This means that such amount of documents have been preserved and became a part of the National Library archival funds. Expeditions to different parts of Lithuania to preserve the remaining books continued for several years. The library would receive messages or even parcels of old books. For example, in October 1919, the commandant of Širvintai sent the library books from the estate of Count Plateriai of Vepriai, Ukmergė district, among which an important historical manuscripts of historian Simonas Daukantas works of the old Lithuanians and Samogitians has been identified. It should be noted that these books became the basis of the holdings of the Lithuanian Studies and Rare Books departments. The exhibition of Hutenchapsky Library that you can visit during the time you will, maybe you will save from the conference time that is now presented in display National Library in the 5th floor, is also example. This exhibition was saved in 1935 after great efforts of library, and it was more than 5,000 of books. Both in 1940s and after the end of the Second World War, the library staff continued to collect and manage the books that had been left without owners to the best of their ability. Cooperation with the Office of Protection of Cultural Monuments was maintained. Libraries of estates, of closed institutions, and those people who had repatriated abroad were taken into the state custody. Valeria Vilnonytė, a former employee of the National Library, has written exclusively about this. And we should also be grateful to her for the first history of the National Library, which appeared in the Soviet era. In the period of Lithuanian independence, library can symbolically be called the period of consolidation of all monuments of Lithuanian studies. Then the 50 years of Soviet occupation, when we talk about the situation of Lithuanian studies, could be called a time of survival or maybe silent resistance. Unfortunately, the library has become the executor of ideological decisions of a foreign state, of decrees restricting democratic freedom and rights. First and foremost, it's a mechanism for censorship of the press and therefore of free thought. The National Library was one of few institutions of cultural memory with so-called special storage units, which preserved the collection of literature that was unfavorable to the Soviet government and almost until the restoration of the Lithuanian independence. You may ask, where was Lithuanian studies during this period? We should say that it has been largely suppressed, moved to the special storage unit, and protected because of its possible harmful effects of Soviet ideology. However, it's important to emphasize that throughout the Soviet era, the library made great efforts, often based on the initiative of the personalities who worked there to shape the content of Lithuanian studies as a cornerstone of the nation. The term silent resistance would be appropriate to describe this process. Although the official date of establishment of the Department of Lithuanian Studies is 1961, as early as in 1945, an initiative were taken to distinguish the Lithuanian studies background from the entire mass of books. Many intellectuals of independent Lithuania who suffered from Lithuanian repression found their place and meaning in the library, discovering, researching, and expanding the science of national identity. Thanks to such personalities, the library holdings have identified, researched, and passed on the further scholarly analysis and were printed in different articles or even books. One of such person mentioned in the history of the library must be Vytautas Jurgutis, a lawyer who has been in exile, and later he admitted to the library in 1956 after returning from the Vorkuta prison camp. He worked at the library for 37 years. His erudition, knowledge of foreign languages, and research skills allowed him to deepen his research into old Lithuanian documents. The same owns that were collected from the libraries of former manors during the historical upheavals. As an example, the works of well-known linguists and historians like Juozas Čiulda, like Simonas Daukantas or Pilypas Ruigys in Lithuanian language, which later became a sources of deep researches of eminent scientists in the field of linguistics or history. You may ask one more question. What was the official government's position on this issue? It can be assumed that these activities were not given priority, but the old Lithuanian studies were not banned either. Indeed, it was not so dangerous for Soviet ideology as the archive that declared the statehood of the First Lithuanian Republic. And there I would like to read one more quotation of well-known Lithuanian literary scholar and professor Viktorija Daujotytė about her relationship with National Library during the Soviet era. She wrote, "I want to bear witness to people and their fates, the librarians who strengthened my Lithuanian studies, my confidence in what I was doing. They were like a silent whisper that this is important for all of us. I realized that they were trying to help not for me, like myself, but because of the work that I do, to preserve the memory, to preserve the Republic, because if there is a Republican library, it is also a Republic." Another heroine of my report is Silvija Velavičienė, a long-time head of the Libraries Department of Lithuanian Studies. And to do this, we have to go back to 1990s, which marks not only the restoration of Lithuanian independence, but also the liberation of the entire Lithuanian press from so-called special storage units, as well as the return of cultural heritage of the Lithuanian diaspora. After the restoration of independence, the library received a great amount of Lithuanian diaspora press. And today the National Library is the main preserver of its archival content. These activities have helped the National Library to establish strong network with almost all Lithuanian organizations and communities abroad, as well as with many active individual public figures. This work continues to bear fruit today in maintaining cooperation relations and implementing the objectivities of Global Lithuanian Program. And Silvijos Velavičienės name is inseparable from the Lithuanian diaspora press. She was responsible for bringing this press to Lithuania and distributing it to the country libraries. I would also like to emphasize her initiatives to get to know this press. I'm talking here about exhibitions, about presentation, open lectures, publications, and visits to regional libraries with this main idea how to get to know more about Lithuanian diaspora press. I remember one metaphor she often used about the roads of culture divided during the Soviet era. And I want to say that he worked for bring those cultural paths together. In this report, I have had the opportunity to mention only few personalities, a few of the most prominent employees of the library, thanks to whom the Lithuanian studies has survived. Their work deserves to be studied and appreciated in detail. And I would like to conclude my report with the summary that Lithuanian studies at the National Library has transformed from the collection and preservation efforts in early decades to the active research and dissemination today. And people have undoubtedly played a decisive role in these processes. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Jolanta, for your presentation. Do we have any questions from the listeners? Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. I'd just like to ask you about the special storage units and the kind of process of liberating them, as it were, and kind of were they damaged or destroyed, or was there any kind of efforts to damage them? And also, was it all catalogues, and was it kind of very easy to bring into circulation, or was that kind of, did you have to do kind of 50 years of work on it because they'd just been left in a storage sort of somewhere?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There were employees also who worked on catalogizing, on presenting this archives that were not in the special units for our readers. But today I wanted to pay attention into Lithuanian studies, or Lituanistika, as we call it in Lithuanian. That is the main invaluable, I think, point to all the library. That this is the main reason why and for whom we are working.
Thank you for this answer. Actually, I have one about the special collections. Actually, we have more like Judaica or another document that we are archive of those documents here in National Library, and we are making researchers of it. Actually, I have a question for you. What aims you are raising for the next 5 years? Because we are coming back in 5 years and we will celebrating again. So how do you think what we can do in this direction of researchers of National Library history, or I don't know?
Yeah, I have to mention or to note that we still have a lot of material that is unresearched yet, and we have plans, and we have a lot of to do. That for our next celebration, we could present more interesting material, more maybe interesting thematics that maybe are not that maybe not get more attention at that time. And yes, we still were very, I don't know how to say, we still have no wool or history of at least 100 years of our library. We only started work on it. And who knows, maybe when we will celebrate 110th anniversary, we'll celebrate with a new volume of the history of National Library.
Thank you, Jolanta. It's open call to write a history of National Library of Lithuania, so you are very welcome. So thank you again. And now we will have a guest online. So I will ask colleagues we have a guest online. Hello, dear Tatiana. I hope that you are hearing us.
Yeah.
So Tatiana Ranchek, Dr. Tatiana Ranchek is a visiting assistant teaching professor of the Moynihan Institute of Global Affairs at Syracuse University in United States. Dr. Ranchak has 20 years of research and teaching experience at the Vernadsky National Library of Ukraine and the Kiev National University of Culture and Arts. She held the position of the adjunct lecturer at the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign in 2023 and 2024. She's a member of the board of the Ukrainian Library Association and author of the scientific and methodological guide Libraries' Participation in the Implementation of the Politics of National Memory. So, dear Dr. Tatiana, please tell us about triad memory, identity, and library. The floor is yours, and as we have a little bit more time, so you are very welcome to take your time as you need.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to me to participate in your conference and to present my topic. Library and the Politics of Memory, Ukrainian Dimension. My presentation will consist of 3 parts. The first one is focused on the organizational and legal dimension and traditions of Ukrainian libraries' participation in the implementation of the politics of memory. The second part will be dedicated to the Ukrainian libraries' approach to the participation in the implementation of the politics of memory. And in the third, I will discuss the educational course focused on how to train library and information specialists to be able to save precious memories for their communities. So, the Russian-Ukrainian War and the revision of historical memory attempts to use it as a justification for military aggression actualized the issue of the civilizational basis of social development, collective identity, and the need to preserve and protect spiritual and valuable landmarks that determine the uniqueness of the community, its understanding of itself, its past, and its desired future. Therefore, in the current context of hybrid wars, the preservation and protection of the community's national memory and effective politics of memory are of strategic importance. The politics of memory is understood as a set of representations and interpretations of the historical past, commemorative strategies and practices determined by the actor of the politics of memory, aimed at forming the desired construct of the community's historical memory. At the national level, the actor of the politics of memory is the state, which implements its tasks through state authorities, state institutions, and organizations. Libraries are traditionally classified as memory institutions whose essential function is memorial. Therefore, libraries are an important component of the social cultural infrastructure of memory. In Ukraine, strategy for the development of library business for the period until 2025 declares that memorial, social, political, cultural, and educational and other activities of libraries of Ukraine are aimed at preserving Ukrainian cultural heritage, consolidation of society, observance of European values, integration into the European community. The role of libraries in preserving national historical memory was emphasized in 2024 in the address of the Ukrainian Library Association on the occasion of the All Ukrainian Library Day. In Ukraine, the rethinking of the role and possibilities of libraries in the implementation of the politics of memory took place after the beginning of the Russian aggression in 2014. At this time, the general understanding of libraries as repositories of documented cultural heritage and research centers of historical and cultural funds had been supplemented by vision from the standpoint not so much of funds and their study as of library and information products, library resources, collections, indexes, exhibitions, presentations, and so on, and space of communication with attention to the commemorative potential of the information, communication, and educational functions of libraries in the implementation of the politics of memory. On a practical level, in 2019, the Ukrainian Library Association signed the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory. Ukrainian Institute of National Memory is a state central body of executive power for the implementation of the state policy in the field of restoration and preservation of national memory. And this collaboration is aimed at providing systematic activity of libraries as participants in the implementation of the politics of memory. Several joint events of the representatives of the Institute employees and the library community took place, during which a theoretical approach and the priorities of the library's activities in the framework of the implementation of the politics of memory were defined. And on the slide, you can see some pictures from that time, how we discuss all our ideas, how to be more effective in this activity. And the main recommendations regarding the libraries of Ukraine were outlined in the scientific and methodical guide published by the Ukrainian Library Association in 2021, the participation of libraries in the implementation of the politics of national memory. In particular, principles of library participation in the implementation of the politics of memory were outlined, among which are legitimacy, responsibility, objectivity, competence and professionalism, tolerance, comprehensiveness, systematicity, consistency and regularity, partnership, and mutual assistance. And we defined different directions of such activity. So today, libraries of Ukraine take part in the implementation of the politics of memory by accumulation and organizing the preservation of memory resources, funds of Ukrainica, first of all, by conducting scientific attribution, exploring the origin of documents and collections, the history of documentary heritage, by providing access to the documented historical and cultural heritage through electronic collections and libraries, by their participation in dissemination of objective information and knowledge about our past and present, by creative communicative space for remembering. In ideal, libraries, memorial, social, political, cultural, educational, and other activities have to be directed to the formation and establishment of national memory and contribute to information security of the state, its integration into the world humanitarian space. And the activity can be provided in different forms and formats. You can see all these forms and formats on the slide, so I'm not going to tell about every such form, but there are a lot of different, so visual forms and oral and mixed. So our activity should be comprehensive. The priority of the participation of libraries in the implementation of the politics of memory was defined the preservation and transmission of information about the traditions and values of the people of Ukraine, the actualization of historical markers of its national identity. At the same time, according to the recommendation of the experts of the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, in the first place, libraries should focus on what concerns the formation and preservation of collective, communicative memory, which covers the events of the relatively recent past, approximately within 3 generations. as well as on the most controversial events, processes, and figures as those that are perceived most ambiguously and contain the risks of memory wars and strengthening of the conflict potential of society. In this aspect, among the priorities are such key events from the standpoint of Ukrainian state building and formation of national identity as the Ukrainian Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, the Holodomor, and the World War, the Second World War. At the same time, the more ancient history of Ukraine also needs reminding: the pre-state period, the times of Rus, the Lithuanian Rus era, the Cossack, etc., taking into account the modern borders of the whole of Ukraine and not only local specific. And it is important to recall these events using the correct terminology that reflects the essence of the phenomenon and derives the events from the Russian imperial narrative. And of course, add life-affirming connotation. So on the slide, you can see. So when we try to remember events of the Ukrainian Revolution, we should call it kind of Ukrainian Revolution and not civil war as it was during Soviet time and now from standpoint of Russian imperial narrative. And also we remind people about the Second World War and not Great Patriotic War as it normal for Soviet and Russian imperial narrative. It was focusing attention on such values of the people of Ukraine as Ukrainian language and faith, dignity and freedom, responsibility and state mindset, readiness to defend one's own, and solidarity, creativity, family, and environmentalism. With the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine in 2014, along with the need to preserve existing funds of documented historical and cultural heritage in the condition of Russian shelling, damage, and destruction of libraries, the issue of decolonization and dehumanization of historical memory arose. Purification of the space of memory and rethinking of historical narratives. One of the simplest tools is the renaming of libraries as a way of demarcating one's own informational and symbolic space. For instance, you can see that many Russian libraries are named after Soviet writer Maxim Gorky. There were also such libraries in Ukraine, one of which is of national level, the Odessa National Scientific Library. And due to the same name, Ukrainian libraries looked like integrated in common cultural space with Russia, sharing the same values. The renaming, as well as the promotion of the Ukrainian book, works on the idea of the existence of an original Ukrainian culture, which is possible only in the case of an original Ukrainian people. So you can see the changes in our names. And you can see visualization of the names of public libraries of Ukraine according to the data of the Yaroslav Mudry National Library of Ukraine as of 2022. So you can see all these names of our prominent cultural figures, such as Taras Shevchenko, Lesya Ukrainka, Ivan Franko, and other writers, poets, and cultural figures of Ukraine. An important direction today is to preserve the memory about the tragic events of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Libraries collect and store media materials, photo and video documents, record oral testimonies, create appropriate collections and books of memory about fallen compatriots. For instance, the project of Alexander Sharp Kherson Regional Universal Scientific Library Unconquered Khersonshina, Kherson region. The purpose of the project is to document the main events during the defense, occupation, and deoccupation of the Kherson region, to tell about the civil resistance of the civilian population, to show the defenders who gave their lives for the liberation of the Kherson region from the occupying forces. The project contains such sections as the diaries of occupation of the Kherson region, resistance movement in Kherson region, Russia's crimes against the cultural heritage, and other. Other project is Voices of Living History of the Vinnytsia Regional Universal Scientific Library. They created a site to preserve the original records of witnesses and provide access to the collections of oral history testimonies. A similar, the Gallery of Stories project is implemented by the Zaporozhye Universal Scientific Library. And of course, I should tell a couple of words about Korolenko Kharkiv State Scientific Library project, digital archive of documents about the Russian-Ukrainian war. This project was realized with the support of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. And the basis for this digital archive was the documents and the metadata accumulated within the framework of the project archiving documents about the war, initiated in 2022 by the Ukrainian Library Association. So also you can see some thematic collections within this archive. And in addition, the Yaroslav Mudry National Library of Ukraine initiated the project Book of Memory of the Russian-Ukrainian War, Librarians, which will include stories of people who used to work in libraries on various positions and died as a result of Russian aggression. It is noteworthy that one of the laureates of this year's Library of the Year competition, which is determined by the Ukrainian Library Association, was the Kharkiv Regional Library for Children and Youth for the project Museum of the Russian-Ukrainian War, a blog post of memory, Kharkiv. So the development of practical work within the framework of the participation of libraries in the implementation of the politics of memory caused the need to improve skills of librarians and help them to acquire the appropriate competencies. And in 2022-2023, with the financial support of Indiana University, Bloomington in the USA, in Ukraine, for the first time, an interdisciplinary course of improving the qualifications of libraries workers, library and the politics of national memory was designed. The course was aimed at forming students' understanding of libraries as institutions of memory, which participate both in preserving the memory of the community and in its formation and transmission between generations. And the tasks within the goal, you can see actually this task on a slide. And this task determines the structure of the course. So the logic of the course is compliant with the step-by-step consideration of 3 blocks of issues. The first one, formation of awareness of the course term system, understanding of key concepts and the connections between them. The second, formation of a comprehensive vision of the politics of memory and its actors and potential partners for libraries, and consideration of library activities regarding the implementation of the politics of memory. And the course objectives are achieved as a result of such activities as participation in students' participation in lectures, practical classes, participation in discussions, and so on. And as a result, the learning space of the course was formed, which combines 3 educational models: monologue, reading text, processing media resources; dialogue, interactive lectures, tests, essays, reviews; and polylogue, practical classes, discussions, and project implementation. The effectiveness of such an approach was proved by the approbation of the pilot course at the Center for Continuous Cultural and Artistic Education of the National Academy of Managerial Staff of Culture and Arts during the training of librarians in the fall of 2022. As revealed by an anonymous survey of course participants after its completion, it fully met the expectation of approximately 82% of participants and partially met the expectations of 17%. At the same time, 87% of students would choose this course again if they knew in advance what it would be like, and 100% would recommend it to their colleagues. And the expediency of further implementation of the course is confirmed by the final comments of the trainees that, quote, every librarian in Ukraine should take it, especially in the future, librarians from the occupied territories, and the end of quote. And the next one, the course helps not only to improve professionally, but also to become a conscious Ukrainian. So in the future, special attention needs to be paid to the disclosure of such issues as specifics of the library's participation in the implementation of the politics of memory in the conditions of different memory regimes. And it's important because in the first presentation you heard about how difficult were to preserve all these precious documents during Soviet era, and how librarians support Lithuanian study during Soviet era. So it's important to be aware how we can act in difficult circumstances. Also, ethical and legal basis for the preservation and construction of historical memory. Next one, development of library funds and spaces in the context of the decolonization of memory and memorial inclusion. The risk and benefits of remembering and recalling historical traumas. It's also a pretty delicate issue. And of course, libraries' digital commemorative practices. So thank you very much for your attention. Glory to Ukraine and glory to Hero. And thank you once again for the opportunity for me to present my research and our experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We can applaud. Thank you. Actually, I'm very happy that you created the course like this, and that it is possible to hear it. Maybe not only for Ukrainians, but maybe also for foreigners. So, and maybe not only for students, but for librarians in total. So, well, if you will have any thoughts, of course, we are very welcome to share with us. And actually, it is one more important thing for not only for the Tatiana, but also for all presenters, that we are going to publish the papers in the scientific peer-reviewed journal Relevant Tomorrow. So the news can be transferred also in this kind of like a possibility for it. Do we have any questions for Tatiana about the presentation? Oh.
Our regular one.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating. I was very interested in the very recent work that you described, looking, clearly at the first, the last kind of few years of experience. And for historians, this is always very problematic because there's the amount of vast amount of sources and things that you could be collecting is extremely difficult to handle. But specifically, I was wondering how it's possible to kind of go about thinking what kinds of materials you should be archiving and can be archived, and also whether oral history recording is an important part of that process.
Of course, we try. Actually, documented heritage related to our history was an important part of our work even before the war. So we just continue such work. But now, we have a little bit other dimension of such work, because now we should protect. So before we, of course, focused on collection, of preservation in general, but now we should protect from this bomb shelling, rockets, damages, and so on. So it's one change, important change, and different libraries act in different ways, I would say. And the first one is the first approach is digitalization. We are in a rush now, and we try to make digital copies of many of as many documents as we can, and we really appreciate support from the international library community, because we have support from different countries, from different libraries. Our libraries and especially in particular, I'd like to emphasize the help of the American Library Association, because they created a specific fund, money, I would say, and they direct this money to our libraries in need, who need some specific equipment to digitalize our funds. So thank you very much for all our colleagues. And the second is, of course, it's war crimes and collection of war crimes. So yes, our libraries collect now testimonies of witnesses of all these events. And people record, as I told, people record their oral stories, and also take pictures of destructions, and we collect everything that we can. And I think that it will be a specific collection in our National Electronic Library. I think you will have this presentation from our colleagues, from my colleagues from the Ukrainian Library Association and the Yaroslav Mudry National Library of Ukraine. So different libraries now just collect everything, and we try to systematize all these collected documents within the digital archives, as I told you in my presentation, created by Korolenko, Kharkiv State Library, and also within National Electronic Library of Ukraine.
Thank you for your answer. Do we have more questions?
If I can. So, Tatiana, thank you for your brilliant presentation, and it was emotional, I believe. It touched most of us, and for the work you're doing. And my question is about a common platform for the testimonies of war crimes or war documentation, and that would cover not only documenting coming in or within libraries, but a broader, because there are so many projects right now happening in Ukraine or abroad that different agents are engaged in this activity. So are you thinking, of course, now it's probably not the best time, you have, as you said, to digitalize, to protect, but is there thought about creating a common platform where researchers could find, all these testimonies, pictures, videos in the future? So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an important question, of course, because, for now we don't have one kind of single platform. For now we don't have it. I think that the most general place for such collection will be National Electronic Library of Ukraine. But of course, to accumulate the access to different documents collected by different actors in different countries. I mean, I think we need count on our partnership only. So it will be a long process, I think, and we will need to we will need to sign an agreements with all these volunteers who collect now all these documents, who create such collections. I think we will sign just agreement about access to such collections, and we can create one place of access within the National Electronic Library of Ukraine. So I see the perspective this way.
Thank you. And we have one more question from the audience.
Thank you for this very informative and important talk. My question is about the decolonization of Ukrainian libraries. So you mentioned the renaming efforts. Could you say a little bit about other activities that relate to this decolonization effort? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's hard. Tough issue for us, because decolonization means not only renaming, as I mentioned before, but also purification of our memory space, and also we revise our funds. And we have a lot of discussions about Russian language funds. And all of this Pushkin, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and so on. So it depends on literature, I would say. It depends on literature, and it depends on library. Usually, we, in Russian propaganda, they present us as kind of barbarians who burn books. No, we don't do this. But of course, if it is about Russian ideological books, and we have a lot in our fonts, such books are removed from our shelves, literally, and but we should be rational in the part of some manifestations of Russian culture, and recognized in the world as important Russian works of Russian writers and I don't know, cultural figures, something like this. So we all the time, in every case, we discuss all our decisions, and of course we try to, because Russian culture, I would say, it's my personal opinion. It's my personal opinion. Actually, not my personal opinion, because a lot of people think the same. But maybe my opinion is not kind of scientific. No. So I think that Russian culture is toxic, and Russian literature is toxic. I like the how Valeria Novodvorskaya, the well-known Russian oppositionist, estimated Russian culture. She told that Russian literature reflect kind of ill society, and Russian literature show things that we should avoid in our life. So the works of Dostoevsky is really precious because they show us what we not to do, what we should not do in our life. So, of course, we should remain such books, and of course, we should study such books, and such books should be in our libraries, of course. But I don't think that it's kind of that we can enjoy these books. I think that these such works can help us to understand better with whom we deal, who are our neighbors and their goals and their worldview. So in this case, of course, all this literature is important and we should know it and study it. But you know, it's other approach, it's different approach. Usually we just read literature to have a great time, to enjoy it, but this approach is different. So yes, it's a difficult period. Maybe in other circumstances, a little bit later, we revise our attitude, but now we have what we have.
Thank you for your answers. I hope it was the last question. So thank you once again, and we are gonna support you in this fight until the peace will come. So thank you one more time, and see you in the next conferences.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Bye bye.
Bye.
So, dear colleagues, it was actually very good presentation, and we had like a deep thinking again and again in this topic. As we saved a little bit time, I would announce some practical information, and then I will ask where you can spend this 20 minutes. So the first thing is that the visiting a palace of Grand Dukes with the tags and cards of this conference is free. Today they are working up to the 8th, tomorrow until the 6th, so it is possible to go and to visit the exhibitions because they are our partners. So thank you for this opportunity. The second thing is that we have some exhibitions already Jolanta mentioned here in National Library, and we recommend it to do in the next 20 minutes, as I said, because it is possible to do it near the place where we had a coffee break. So it's also very interesting and important for this topic. It is called Biblioteca Rediviva, and it is open not for so long time. And one more thing that I wanted to announce, that after the lunch we will have a practical seminar, Voices from the Frontline, War Documentation in Ukraine, with quite good known journalist Vidmantas Balkūnas and Ksenia Harchenko from Vienna. So we are like making a little bit experiment in this conference to have a practical discussion, because the topic is very interesting for us and for you, I hope too. So we invited you very to this part, and of course the second panel will be as it is in the program. And And the last thing before the break, at 12:30, 1:30, we have a dinner for all participants, also with the tags. It's for moderators and for hard workers in this conference. So you are very welcome, also in the same place where the coffee break was. So let's say that we finished our first panel and we are coming back in 2 hours. So see you.
So, good afternoon. I am happy that you have returned from the lunch. And this is a session we call Voices from the Frontline, War Documentation in Ukraine. We have covered that topic in our morning session, and we will continue it further. As our Deputy Director already said, this is one of the topics we want to cover at this conference. My name is Ilona Strumickienė. I am a head of Statehood Center at the National Library of Lithuania, and I will be moderating this event. I am a historian myself, and I love science fiction. It often happens to me that I catch myself thinking that if there was a time machine, I would use it to travel to the past and to find out things which I'm interested in, and I don't have sources, I don't have materials, I don't have answers to. So, as we all know, and that was happening all the time, that history is happening right now. But right now are happening very important events in our life, in our history, and I refer to Russian-Ukrainian war, of course, and it is considered one of the best documented wars in human history. War documentation is carried out by historians, by journalists, soldiers, civilians, artists. Actually, every person who has a cell phone in his pocket can be a person who documents war. And we will continue talking about that topic today further. Since the beginning of the war, various institutional, collective, individual efforts, both within and outside Ukraine, have undertaken war archiving, and as I mentioned, different agents are engaged in this activity. So there are good initiatives, there are bad initiatives, and we all are here to try to understand what has been done, what can be done, what are the best practices, what we should avoid to do, and yeah. And also I would like to mention one aspect, that the war is being documented under circumstances of the war. We still don't know how it will end, and that is, I believe, a key factor as well when we are talking about the war documentation. So, I have prepared questions, but I also would ask the audience to raise their hands and ask questions, discuss, comment, because this is a practical seminar, and I hope that all of us would get the most we can get from this 1 hour and 40 minutes. For those who are not Lithuanians and who haven't learned Lithuanian yet, there are headsets. You can use it. And as I was said, the first channel is for translation into English, and the second is for translation into Lithuanian, for those who want that. So let me introduce our speakers, and we are really happy to have two practitioners, I would say, people who have experience in war documentation. First of all, our Vidmantas Balkūnas, who is Lithuanian press photographer and investigative journalist specializing in social issues, military conflicts, and disaster areas. He holds master degree in journalism from Vilnius University, and has been active in media since 1997, so you are very experienced at Vidmantas. And currently he works at the media portal 15 Minutes, as we probably should translate into Lithuanian. For more information about Vidmantas, you can look at our conference page, but I just want to say that his articles, photographs, have been featured at prominent publications, including such media like Wall Street Journal or New York Times. His footage has been also utilized by international agencies. So we have really experienced person here with us. And our second guest is Ksenia Kharchenko, who is independent researcher. Also, she is a Ukrainian writer, culture manager, translator, now based in Vienna, Austria, member of PEN Ukraine. She has a master's degree from Taras Shevchenko National University in Kyiv Institute of Journalism, and she pursued her studies at University of Vienna. Why Ksenia is now with us? Because from 2022 till this year, she was a project manager of the Documenting Ukraine program, co-funded by Professor Dr. Timothy Snyder at the Institute of Human Sciences in Vienna. This program is aimed to create a comprehensive record of Russian-Ukrainian war. So she is a writer. She has her bio is really rich. So I encourage you to look into our page and know better Ksenia. And because let's start our conversation. And my first question is, how do we use the term war documentation. How do you understand it? You are coming from different fields, Wolf, so in your perspective, what is war documentation? So please, maybe Ksenia, we can start from you.
Thank you very much, Ilona, and thank you for the invitation, and I'm really happy to be here today in Vilnius. I would like first to have a disclaimer. I am a person who has some connection to the work of the other people, and maybe what I consider now one of the best qualities of my work and my engagement was in bringing different people together. And this way they were able to, and we were able as well, to come up with various ideas to arrange. For example, in Vienna we had 2 exhibitions, and we also had a film festival screening various films. One of them was the Austrian premiere of the 20 Days in Mariupol, that later on got an Oscar as the Best Featured Documentary. So, about the documenting, I think that if I start with the, it's now hard to focus. I was talking a lot over the lunch. So if I start talking about my experiences working at the Institute for Human Sciences, I was the one also, it's a kind of a chain, like a transformator between the people who are working in Ukraine and people who are giving the money. So basically, this project was launched as a immediate and response emergency to the people who have been staying in Ukraine, and they were called full-time Ukrainians. Those who were being there, those who experienced the war under the attack of Russians from the various cities and from the various sites. And this is a very, very interesting situation where I found myself first being myself this temporary displaced person, a refugee, whatever, a person under a temporary protection of the EU in Vienna. And this is what I landed there by some coincidence, also because of some connections of my social capital that turned out to be very, very helpful in the moment when I needed this help the most. And then I found myself working with the people whom I have been living with and working with, and one of whom I am. And from the first time, it was understandable that it will be hard to deal with this. First of all, I found myself in the position when I was as a part of this grant program, not the creating of the archive and then thinking what to do with this document. The idea was that the people who are applying for this grant, they will produce some materials, and this was a very, very eclectic program of the intellectuals, academia, archivists, filmmakers, photographers, artists, journalists, whatever. And these people, they were producing some materials, and then not obligatory, but they were encouraged to contribute to the future archive of this war. Now if we Google something like documenting Ukraine War Archive, we will have hundreds of links to various archives, to various collections. And for me, as a mediator between the West and Ukraine, it was very interesting to see how the revision of these applications and the revision of the ideas and the revision of the materials that people were submitting. For example, from the beginning with just the pictures that were documenting the main sites, these were, for example, the photojournalists who were applying for these grants. And the most important was just to catch it, just to catch this moment, just to understand that we need to preserve it. And then, as the time had passed, and as we realized that this war will last and last, it turned out that it's not only important to document this. It's very important to turn these pictures into the piece of art, because this is how you will be able then to sell it for the West. And especially to promote the idea of supporting Ukraine in the way that the people who are able to provide this support will not feel offended. And now, as Ilona said, I would like to encourage you to take part in this conversation. And I would also allow myself, being someone who, in this city filled with Ukrainian flags, speaking more explicit that I would speak being somewhere in the other country. And this is the support that I value a lot, me personally. And so with this documenting that we were doing, I was also feeling that these cries that I had, finding myself abroad with a small kid and listening and understanding what is happening back home, after a year, it just turned into hundreds of applications of this and that. Basically, you were throwing them into different buckets. So photos here, books here, this here, this here. And then reading the titles of these documents, it was all the same. Documenting Circles of Hell, war, documenting, la, 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 la. And then you would catch something that would not contain none of these words. And this would be already something special. And so me as a medium in this whole process, I then started to think about how can we get of this massive information something that we could catch our eye on. And working with the team and working with Catherine Younger, who was also the co-head of this program, together with Timothy Snyder, and she was working there in Vienna. As an academic, she was mostly focused on the scientific side of this work. And I was mostly focused on this very practitionary things and the things that I used to know and the things that I used to do. As I was working on the film festival, documentary film festival, I was focused, of course, on the showing. And if you show something, if you see something, it affects you much more than if you hear about this 100 times. And so my personal connections, it was very hard to, and that was actually impossible to distinguish where is my personal private life, where is this Ksenia, and where is the other Ksenia who is working in Vienna, who is now who is now not a cool expat, but who is now a Ukrainian person under temporary protection and who has different approach in life and in this daily life in Vienna, in the city of spies, Russians, Ukrainian oligarchs, and Ukrainian other very, very rich people who landed there for some reason. And at the end, I think it also contributed to the massive burnout that I had in the spring. And it also contributed to this general feeling of the exhaustion that nearly everyone I know also has. And working with this kind of things, one thing is to document, like to work in the field, to work with people working in the field. I was the chain that was already working with the people working in the field, and then also kind of preparing those who will come to form the archive, to make something that people who will come, they will be working with. But we never know who will this be and when will it happen. Maybe they will come in 50 years, maybe they will come in 100 years when these materials will be disclosed. So that was a very, very weird feeling of being somewhere in this temporality, in this uncertainty that we have without not knowing when the war will end, how will this end, where will I be when this will end, whether I will see this end, whether I will die with my natural way, whether I will end in a very different way. So this is lots of uncertainty that are bringing us to very, very anxious feelings about what to do and how to cope with this. And to finish this quite chaotic response, I would say that documentation of the war, as it was said by the Taras Nazaruk, who's working at the Center for Urban History in Lviv, and he's the founder of the Telegram archive of the war. So he was saying that archiving the war, documenting the war, is also one of the forms of the participation in the war, in the way that you are living through the war and living through all these experiences. So yes, this is my private thing, and I would really encourage you to participate in the discussion.
Ksenia, thank you. And I encourage everyone who doesn't speak and understand Lithuanian to take headsets, because Vidmantas will be speaking in Lithuanian. So if everyone is okay, I will ask Vidmantas what is war documentation for you? If you have different experiences coming from, not only from Ukraine, but from other hotspots, and yeah, Ksenia started talking about her personal experiences. Maybe you can delve into that as well. So, what is war documentation for you, and how you are related to the war in Ukraine?
Aš gal norėčiau pradėti nuo to apskritai, koks yra karo dokumentavimo tikslas.
My thoughts about the purpose and goal of war documentation. Ksenia has touched upon very interesting topics, and I think that will provoke discussion. But what should war documentation meaning, what's the purpose? Preservation of the historical memory, or what? Or, as has been mentioned, meaning when you are collecting something, documenting, then you are kind of participating. So we should talk about impartiality without being biased. And we kind of become participants. And let's say in Lithuania's case, when we actually capture the moments or make our photos of the war in Ukraine, you cannot be always objective. Meaning you are biased. You take one side. I'm not saying something is good, something is evil, but you are involved, you are engaged. And I think because of that, there are very many challenges in our work, meaning something we have to do if you want to remain unbiased. And in all the wars, including the war in Ukraine, there are very many things which the waging, well, just parties want to disguise or to hide. It's actually the psychological state of the local citizens, their relationship with the military, sort of fleeing from the army, etc. Something usually we don't talk about. And if we really want to be unbiased collectors of these memories, then we have to talk to people. We have to take pictures of something that is not acceptable. It was very difficult for me as a journalist to make the decision whether I should talk about the marauding of the Ukrainian soldiers, because local citizens, we're talking about that. I'm talking about 2016, because local citizens, we're talking reluctantly about that. And do we have to close our eyes to that and talk about something that we imagine we should only talk about as journalists, or should we actually embrace all the aspects? And yes, I'm talking about war documentation. And let's remember the partisans, the Forest brothers in Lithuania. And we are idolizing them, yes, and literally, yes, we're making them ideal. It's okay. But sometimes we close our eyes when we are faced with inconvenient facts, something that actually dispels this myth of ideal heroes. So I can draw the analogy. Let's say, and we talk about the Nagorno-Karabakh, where I also worked as a journalist, and well, there have been certain, well, yeah, there still are certain operations which are not talked about in public. I worked in Stepanakert in Nagorno-Karabakh, and I remember there was this news spread that Azerbaijan placed a bomb in the houses of culture in Armenia, just to show how inhuman Azerbaijan is, etc. When we went there and started to work, we were accompanied by the so-called fixer, the local guide, whose obligation was to check, meaning that we only report something that we're supposed to report. And we had to show how cruel the enemies were. And I saw in one place about 200 uniforms, enemy uniforms, and I asked why. And I was told by this local guy, no, you are not supposed to make pictures of them, because when this blow came to the houses of culture, the Armenian officers were meeting in this building, see, and which was actually, this fact was disguised. So if we don't actually disclose all those facts, we do not see the whole picture. We have heard, right, the houses of culture were sort of bombed and blown up, or some, I don't know, some church, etc. But we have to know all the facts. Now, let's say when we go to the war in Ukraine, if something again was blown up, and well, a hospital or whatever, or a church, and how can we possibly show all the facts?
Because as a researcher, as I said, I'm a historian myself, and we want as much data as possible. But as you mentioned, not everything should be published right now. We need time, and we need probably a broader context, because what you said, yeah, that's of course the truth. There were some military uniforms that were deployed soldiers, and we can present that event from one perspective and from different. But if we put all that into a broader context, then everything comes in the right places. Ksenia, you wanted to react.
Yes, thank you very much for your input. I think that now we are talking about different things and about your journalistic position first of all, because this is one of the narratives that I have heard for quite a long time. This is, for example, how can you be objective if you do not have an interview with a Russian soldier when you are describing some event that has been happening somewhere? So this is basically one of the things that has been heavily used by Russians when, for example, we say that the Kakhovka Dam was blown up, and then on the next day people are saying, who did this? Maybe Ukrainians themselves did this. We need to collect the evidences, because Ukrainians will always say that these were Russians, because the Russians, they are their enemies, and so on and so on. And this is what I would like to now underline, and I have brought the book. This is in Ukrainian, and I can also now just say that I am the reader of this book, and this is why I brought it. I'm not an author, and as a manager of this Documenting Ukraine program, I have been co-working with the people who are working on these books, and this is the Public Interest Journalism Lab that was founded by Ukrainian journalists in collaboration with American Janine Giovanni, who is one of the most experienced and the oldest war journalist and war correspondent, and Peter Pomerantsev, who is the British journalist of the Ukrainian Jewish origin, and who's been working and he's been researching the propaganda and disinformation for many years. And the Ukrainian journalists who are in here, they are documenting some events that were the key events, for example, the bombing of Chernihiv, then the bombing of Mariupol, and especially the maternity hospital, then the Kramatorsk railway station, when the people were attacked, the civilians were attacked very heavily. So what they're saying is that they're saying that we united in order to cover this war. And Natalia Humenyuk, who is one of the co-founders of this laboratory, she was also asked about, like, do you think you're objective? Do you think you're whatever? But I think that here we need to, like, focus on the things that are first. What you see from the outside and what you see from the inside. Even if you are a Ukrainian part, you have been responding to the events, and you've been covering the events that you have seen that were happening under your eyes. If you are a professional, like these people are, they have also been having some trainings, especially the psychologists one, because they also do the oral history interviews, and then based on which they, for example, as in the story about Chernihiv, as they then re-establish the events, what has been happening, who was doing what at this moment, and so on, and so on. And one of the aims that these people are having, and this is one of the goals that what Vidas was talking about, why are we doing this? Why are we creating this record of the war? And I have to say that in this particular book, which is called by their authors as a historical document, we are talking about the justice, which is very, very important for all the war victims, and it has been very important for those who took part in the Nuremberg process and those who've been taking part in the courts after the Yugoslavian war. But the Yugoslavs, the ex-Yugoslavs, they might say that it wasn't very fair and that they didn't get the justice that they were looking for. So now the Ukrainians who are documenting the war in the real time for the people who are basically following the events of this war in the real time, especially if you take some news, you can know how many tanks were delivered, who has what, and when they will send some weapons and whether they will do, and so on and so on. And there are so many experts on this topic. But what has happened in fact? And I think this is also not just the most documented war, but digging into the history and knowing the history of the Ukrainian-Russian wars of the last 300, 400 centuries, and knowing the aims of the Putin and knowing that this is a absolutely genocidal war which is aimed to eliminate Ukrainians as a nation and eliminate their identity. I think that while working on the stuff, we would keep in mind that this is it. Because if in this moment someone will come and say, hey, you are a documenter of the war, why won't you go there and ask Russians what they think about it? And I will say, you know what? Look to this book. This is a very good written book, and ask what has been happening to those women who were in contact with Russian soldiers. But they were not examined by doctors right after the rapes. This is very interesting. Maybe they were not raped. And this is when all these manipulations are coming. Because if they were under occupation, they would not be able to be examined right after the rape. And who will be doing this? And so on and so on. These are the questions that we have. And this is also very interesting how people really need to create the record in order for themselves not to forget what has happened, so that their individual memory will not become some collective memory that has been eroded by the news, by whatever memories and so on. Because I think we all, from the various countries and from the various wars, we know the experience of the people, of our grandparents, of someone else who have never been talking about what have they been through. And there are so many traumatized people for various reasons who have never been talking for what they were doing and for what has they been through. And I will never say that Ukrainians are saints that have never been murdering. But if we again talk about Mariupol and about maraderstvo, this is also interesting. When people, it was also documented by some people who were staying in Mariupol at the beginning of this occupation, when people were going somewhere and they were like taking whatever they saw. And one thing, whether you're looking for the food, and the other thing, whether you're looking for a new computer that you will be maybe using in some time. So talking about the justice, and especially talking about the work of the investigative journalists and of those journalists who are coming to the site of the event at the same time as the rescue teams are coming, as the ambulances are coming. I would also like to bring the case of the Bellingcat. It's not here, and but the Bellingcat is there, and the case of Christo Groziev, who was investigating the poisoning of Navalny, and they proved that journalists, they did something that the investigators couldn't do. And he was also saying in his one of his talks that it was the court who taught them how to serve the evidences in order that they will be considered when they will be on this all these court sittings. But then now again, Navalny is a great Russian, was a great Russian member and leader of opposition. He again never considered Ukraine as an independent state. And we have seen recently his widow on the cover of Die Zeit, and she was saying that she's not sure that Ukraine should be getting these Western weapons because Ukrainians are killing Russians with these Western weapons. And she, as a Russian politician, should be protecting the Russian people. And now I feel like my voice is getting emotional, and I'm now turning into this classic Ukrainian hysterical woman, sitting somewhere and talking a lot. So I would now leave Ilona.
Actually, it's really nice, and because you are reacting so emotionally, it showed that you are really, I don't know. It is painful for you. You care about the topic, but Vidmantas wanted to react, and later I would like to conclude on that topic we started about the goals for purpose of war documentation.
Aš turiu tokį Ksenijai.
I have a question to Ksenia, a provoking discussion. Do you think that one of the waging parties can be objective in sort of in collecting facts, evidence? Doesn't matter which one. And the second question, you as a journalist, say, if you found out that, for example, you have obtained some information that certain militaries, Ukrainian militaries, are corrupt, or volunteers are sort of, well, they actually displace part of the support or whatever. It doesn't reach its destination. So would you publish this fact or not? Meaning, because by publishing, by disclosing it, you probably would undermine the trust in your country. How would you behave under such circumstances?
Thank you very much for this question. Now, saying about the corrupted volunteers and the politicians and people who abuse the resources that they have, we have, for example, the media which is called Ukrainska Pravda, the Ukrainian Truth, which is a well-known, and it was founded by Georgi Kongadze. This is a journalist who was found, his body was found decapitated at the times of the presidency of Leonid Kuchma. And this is what happens to the journalists who want to deliver the truth. There is an investigative journalist who's called Mikhailo, his name is Mikhailo Tkach, and he constantly publishes various materials with the proven information. These are checked facts about what is happening to Ukrainian politicians, how corrupted they are, what they're doing, and so on. So this is not a secret, this is an open information. And I would say that the Ukrainians as a nation, as a society, and as all these groups, as you've said, we have like politicians, we have volunteers, we have some politicians that are voluntarily doing something. We also have, and that was an example of the bad archiving, if I may judge, we have Rinat Akhmetov, who was one of the sponsors. He's an oligarch coming from Donetsk. He now founded the foundation, the archive, which is called the Voices of the Civilians, like Голоси Мирних, the Voices of the Peaceful People, and they claim it to be the largest collections of the people's stories of Donbass. So everybody can submit their story, and no fact-checking, no ethical rules. There are children's pictures published on their website, so everybody can access it. So they basically do not care about the privacy, about the security, about the other things, and we are not able to get access to, I mean, not we, but who will be able to get access to this, and who will be able also to check it all and to make sure that, for example, this will end up in an archive, or even if this will be an archive, so that this will be a trustful source of information for the generations to come. So in this way, I would also say that Ukraine, on its way to these democratic transformations, and this war is also one, like it's a part of them. And recently I took part in the discussion whether this war in Ukraine now should be considered as the part, like a postponed part of the exit of the Soviet Union. Why did it happen in Yugoslavia, and why is it happening just right now in Ukraine? Because we need to get out, to break through from these brotherly embraces of Russia. And also the great transformations that should happen within Ukraine, within Ukrainian politicians, this new generation of the politicians that should be supposed to come after the Moses will, you know, take them for 40 years through the deserts, and they will come and they will be totally new. They will bring these new ideals. They will bring this new spirit of democratic, not corrupted, transparent, democratical country. But this is something that doesn't grow in a void. This is something that doesn't grow on the unfertile whatever, or even if there is some part of the ground that you have, you need to protect it. It needs to be like very, very much protected. So I'm also the person who is in many ways very much unhappy with the Ukrainian regime. I wasn't one of those 75% of the Ukrainians who voted for Volodymyr Zelensky, who is a great example of this new Ukrainian who came, and he wasn't the member of the X generation of the communist nomenclatura. So this is the question that also makes me feel emotional, and I will now try to calm down and talk about other events.
Okay, you are cooling down, and I will try to a little bit to summarize what we have talked about. So yeah, war documentation comes in various forms. We already know that it could be text, it could be interview, it could be video, it could be social media, some storage of social media, it could be photographs, what Vidmantas is doing. So if I am missing something, please raise your hands and we will discuss that there are different types of war documentation. There are different goals as well of war documentation. What was mentioned here, and Vidmantas probably is representing the journalist. That is for information, for current day information, that our society should know what is happening right now. Also, there are another aspect of preserving evidence for future generations, collecting evidence for justice, as Ksenia mentioned. And we already discussed with Ksenia that all these different goals, they probably need us to be prepared quite differently, because if you are collecting evidence for justice, for courts, that should be done very professionally and thoroughly. So when we are thinking about war documentation, we should be aware of what we are doing, why we are doing, and Ksenia already mentioned the bad examples which exist also, because there are so many initiatives and there are a lot of people who want to contribute to that. Maybe their intentions are the best, but they are simply not prepared. As you mentioned as well, that that is affecting us emotionally so much that you can get burnt, tired, and so we should be aware about that danger as well. So that is for the beginning. Also, what was mentioned, that war documentation is a way that civilians mostly can contribute to how they are contributing to this, all the process, because they feel helpful, doing something meaning, they are putting themselves into action. And also, war documentation is related to impact on policy and diplomacy, as Vidmantas mentioned as well. Information, disinformation, propaganda, where it comes from. And also, yeah, when we are talking about wars and war conflicts, we hear, okay, tanks, hundreds, thousands of people were killed, injured as well, but war documentation might humanize the conflict or displacement. They show that real people are suffering, they are dying and whatever. So if I'm missing something on this first chapter, please raise your hands, or you could add something and we could move further. If no, I would like to ask you both have experience. Ksenia mentioned how did you started your, as if I may say, your career in war documentation, and you told us as well that you were interviewed as a refugee as well. This because war is not only in Ukraine. It created a huge wave of people who have become refugees or who are living under protection of the European Union. So this is also a fact of the war. So I would like to ask you your personal experience. What were you doing? How were you prepared or not prepared when that was happening? I don't know, what were the most surprising things that happened during that one episode, probably you can touch. So please share with us that we could understand what that really means, the kitchen of war documentation. Vidmantas, please.
My experience contributed and started about 20 years ago, well, 15 years ago approximately. That's when I started, and the first conflict was the Afghanistan military conflict. That was quite different from something that we see today. Later, followed by Kosovo, Nagorno-Karabakh, Ukraine, multiple times, and motives or reasons why I was engaged in that is that at the very beginning there were no idealistic approaches, something that we discuss. It was a more egoistic approach rather than anything else, because I was seeking for activity, I was seeking for doing photos, recording, doing some shots where emotions were present, where something was happening very actively, something different that we were used to. But then gradually everything changed. And now, I'd say my approach to that is that it's not radically different, but perhaps it's matured during the time being to this real documentation as I perceive it, as I understand it. While we speak about documenting and documentation, it should be photoed, recorded, written, anything that's possible, and then it should be collected and decided whether it should be published or not. So the more you record, fix now at the moment, then it will be a good basis for the future, for next generations to analyze and draw some conclusions respectively. If we spoke about the front line, and people who are at this zero line, as we call it, those who survive through emotion, through some perceptions, it is very difficult to work from the emotional point of view. And this is, I think, one of the reasons, as we discussed with Ksenia, why I don't go to the war conflict zones anymore. Because it seems that you need to, so to say, think about your own safety, for you not to be burnt out, for you to think about your future, and not to be degraded by that, not to be hostage of some situation. And people whom you communicate with, again, they talk about their experience. Sometimes it's very difficult for them too, because once, on one hand, you cannot be attached to anyone. It's like a surgeon, because if you will think about any patient you are going to operate and who dies afterwards, who feels pain, you will be burnt out very quickly. So on one hand, you cannot be attached to some people whom you record, whom you fix to their lives and stories and so on. But on the other hand, it is important for you. You have to talk to them, you have to understand them, you have to at least live some part of their lives, which also has its own price. To me, the question of objectivity is always very important. While now I am telling the story, I am in Marinka in my thoughts. It's just swept from the earth. It doesn't exist anymore. And people who live there at this line zero, for example, alcohol, on what is this topic that it should be discussed or not, about alcohol. Alcohol and war. How many people consume alcohol? Is it helpful for them to survive the war cruelties? Perhaps to us it seems just a regular aspect, but in the future perhaps someone will write thesis and do its scientific work on alcohol and war topic. And also there are many topics that we don't contemplate now, but that should be fixed and recorded maximally as much as possible, and then, so to say, to work with this material and think whether it will be beneficial or not.
Yeah, I'm mixing languages, and as you said, I agree very much with you that we should document as much as possible, but we shouldn't publish everything right now. Probably we'll need some cooling time to understand what is important, what is not important, and maybe in 20, 50 or 100 years it will be okay to talk about alcohol in the front line, but now probably there are more important things, and we we haven't started talking about what we are doing with these documented materials, because this is a different topic. But if we are looking for sensations, for shocking, that is one, is that there are of course people who are seeking this, whose purpose is that, but there are different experiences and perspectives as well. Ksenia, once again, I don't know, you can choose or you can describe both your experiences as mediator in that group for documenting the war in Ukraine. What were you doing? And the other perspective, how did it felt to be a person who are being interviewed on your experiences? So.
Thank you, Ilona. I would now try to react to what Vida said. The first is about preserving yourself and not becoming a hostage of the situation. I understand it perfectly well. And one of the recommendations that people would get from the psychologists that they are so often called to consult is to try to, for example, read as less news as you can, because this flow of information is so immense that you are getting all the time triggered with everything, and you just cannot find your way out of this loop into something that will remain like kind of a daily routine that will surround you. Especially it's not possible when being somewhere in all these safe cities and being surrounded by the people. Let's say I'm living in Austria and people have such a joke. They're saying that even if the end of the world will come, in Austria this will happen in 40 years because everything happens like with such a delay. So imagine there are like all these Austrians, and yes, I will now use the words imagine. So imagine there is a Viennese cafe with all these coffees and so on, and there are elderly people, the women wearing pearls, and they're sitting there and they're reading the newspapers, like the paper ones in the special like hangers, whatever. And there I come on with my computer, with my laptop, with whatever, and I'm sitting there and I'm feeling that this is like all surreal because this doesn't exist. So at some point on the 3rd year of war, when my son is now going to the 2nd grade of the Austrian school, and he's reading and writing in German much better than in Ukrainian, of course, which is also another topic to discuss. But the thing is that at some point one needs to take the decision on how to save yourself, because in the end the goal is to survive. The goal on the individual level is one thing. The other thing is what I would also say now as a Ukrainian, now again lowering my voice, I will say that all Ukrainians have to remember what their goal is. And they also have to remember what tools do they have in order to achieve these goals. Because, for example, there is a journalist who is called Christopher Miller, and there were many discussions about him, whether it's on time and whether he's objective, while making reports about Azov and saying that these are Nazis. And that in fact, indeed, Russian came because these are Nazis and they need to denazify them. And whether this is like this or this is like that, and we need to cover this. So I would say that in Ukrainian mind, this is something that distracts you from your goal. The goal is to survive. The goal is to make your children survive. The goal is to make your country survive. And now you think whatever fantasies we have about what kind of Ukraine we will see and whether we will see this. So at some point we just really need to distinguish. If you are a foreign journalist and you have this privilege of travel abroad, of documenting various conflicts, of having the experience that I cannot imagine what it is like. Because the pictures that are in this book that I will now later on a little bit talk about, they're also been delivered by the people who've been seeing lots of wars. And now, if we talk about the documentation, and the works of journalists, of whether this objectivity is possible or not. I would just try to like put it aside, because now I would also say, like, imagine there is an archive, and of course there are like some stages of kind of levels of the sensitivity of this content. It's like on Facebook or on Instagram when you say like whether you want to see this picture from Ukraine or not. So there is as I mentioned, this Telegram archive, and they have 3, and this is an open source information. So they have 3 levels of the sensitivity, and on the highest level, they say that they will like never get and like never give an access to this information for these like some reasons. And if we're talking about Yevhen Malolietka, who is one of the most prominent, so to say now, most important Ukrainian photographers, one of the authors of the 20 Days to Mariupol film. I was talking not to him, but I was talking to another guy, and this another guy said, you know, I saw what he did in Mariupol. I saw his pictures. Like there are lots of them, like all this footage that they brought in the car while like really, really risking their lives. He said, and there are some pictures that they should never be allowed to be shown to anyone. And then I said, what is it? And now please raise your hand who wants to hear the answer. Okay, majority. So he would say, imagine there are like the mountains, the hills of the children's bodies. He said, can you imagine this? Do you think we should show this? And this is something I cannot imagine. And even now as I was voicing it, I can't like imagine that you're being so, oh my God, how could this happen? Because at this stage, this is also something that becomes quite usual. And this is something that also happens to this kind of dissociation, this way of working with the sensitive topics in the way that you can kind of not be there. The reason why this book is here, this is the book which is called 13 Stories of War. And it was made by people from Ukrainian Archive. They mostly focus on the work with professional photographers who are working in Ukraine, and these are Ukrainian photographers. And what is very, very important about this is that not that they also include Malolietka and so on, this also makes it very, very personal in a way. And the way of approaching and observing the information, it's also it's also that they have these comments and these stories of these photographers who have been documenting the war in there. And this is a book that was printed in Sweden in a partnership with the Hasselblad Foundation. And the reason is that the authors and the Eminezia Dinova, who is herself a documentary photographer, they were also working on this. These are the picture of the Yevgeny Malolietka in this maternity hospital in Mariupol. And watching the films, this 20 Days in Mariupol, it's like you kind of see this picture moving. You see this woman placing her hand on her belly, and then it's like all over, as you're guessing. So then they were thinking, okay, how do we do this? We need to put it in the way that this will be considered a piece of art. Because it's not just that you're doing this documentation. You need to, again, serve it and deliver as a piece of art. Because then you will be able to put it on the walls and to make the exhibition and to make this the broader access in order, again, so that people won't be traumatized, those who are watching it and so on. So when we had an exhibition in Vienna, it was called Documenting the War, Bearing Witness to War, Documenting Ukraine, Bearing Witness to War. And it was held in the very nice place, in a revitalized factory. We have had an Austrian partner, and we have also been choosing the pictures that would not be as brutal as they could be. And there was the opening, and there was the champagne, the talks, and it was a summer evening. And one of the guests of this exhibition opening was a friend of mine. She's a film curator, and at the time she was already 6 months a widow because her husband, who went fighting voluntarily, he was killed in Soledar on 30th of December of 22. He was one of the best film editors in Ukraine. And he, as many others, those intellectuals, those brilliant representatives of this generation who was supposed to build this new democratic Ukraine, they went fighting, and so he was killed. And she was there, and the same evening, the girl who was curating this exhibition, she got a call, and this call was saying that her boyfriend was also killed, that he was in the trenches, and that was the end. So again, imagine you're there. There is a Vienna. There is a summer party. There are many people, and then you have these like two subtle women. And this is what they experience, and this is something that will never be conveyed in some way to those who are supposed to listen to them. And those who would be, again, maybe taking decisions in order to influence on the course of this war. And then talking about my personal experience, when I was interviewed as a refugee, it was happening. The initiative came from the PEN in London, from the PEN in London, and I was interviewed by the Syrian refugee who's been living for about 10 years in Germany so far. So when we were talking, of course, there were some certain similarities, and I think for a single mom with a small child, this would be more or less like some reference how you can address this thing. But now I'm not a single mom. My mom came to Vienna too, because after 2 years, at the age of 66, she decided that she can't do this anymore, because it's been too much, because she cannot live there under bombing in Kiev, where we are from, and that it's been too much also for me because it was really hard. So this is how we reunited, and she's now the sponsor of my coming to Vilnius. And then again, about documenting and so on, with my background in working at the documentary filmmaking, I'm happy to say that I was invited and I joined the work on the documentary film. Maybe we should put our presentation and I will... Okay. There was a film of the Yuri Rechinsky, who's a Ukrainian film director, but he's been living in Vienna for more than 10 years. And he made a film which is called Dear Beautiful Beloved, and it's now rallying on the film festivals. And the film that he was making is also a documentary. Yes, what? Yes. Is also a documentary, and this will, of course, show just the Ukrainian part of it. And this is something that we also would like to preserve, and this is something that shows how people die and how they have been sent into the last journey. And we, as those affected, we as those Ukrainians, will always perceive it all in a different way. And maybe on some rational way we will be able to talk about this as professionals, as archivists, and we will say, yes, of course, you know, like there are proper archives in Ukraine, and one of them is the archive of the Secret Service, the former NKVD, and it belongs to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and that we have all this relevant information, and these are documents of this time, and da-da-da-da-da. And when we're now thinking about these events that are happening, of course, we have no distance to them. But if we think about the Holodomor, the great famine that has been conducted in 1932, 1933, we, of course, have this distance. The distance in time, but the distance in not being Ukrainians, because we still are. And it has been only this year, and now again about the role of the journalists. It has been only in this year that the journalists of the Crimean region, and we have been working together on the television for like 15 years ago, he made a film about the Holodomor, and this was the first time when this information was disclosed. And when he was talking to the representative of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, she said, yes, okay, so there is Gareth Jones, the only journalist who was documenting the Holodomor in Ukraine, on the one hand. And on the other hand, there were also the militia, those who were documenting and those who were investigating the crimes that were happening at the time. And what can only prove that something like this was happening, these are cases about the cannibalism. And so now they have been disclosed, and about 1,000 of them is there. So people were eating their relatives, eating other people, and they were also describing the consequences under which they were basically forced to do this. And of course, in these documents, they will never find any whatever the reasons why did it happen, who gave this order, and so on and so on. But we can only guess how it was. And this is also interesting. How will we reinvent this imagination in the minds of historians? So I don't know what will happen after 100 years, who will get the access to these archives that are now being established, and what will they read there?
Thank you, Ksenia. That example of Holodomor is a good example of what was documented and disclosed just 100 years after. So, as we already mentioned that topic, I really encourage everyone in the audience to raise your hands and ask questions, and my colleague will help you.
Aš galbūt Vidmantą norėčiau paklausti kelių klausimų.
Jeigu galima, English, please.
Okay, I'll try. I have a few questions for Vidmantas, and if you don't mind, I will mix it in one time, and it's for you to answer or not. And firstly, I want to ask about your colleagues. I believe in 20 years you saw many photographers and journalists who is doing the same in many countries and from many countries. I would like to ask about how is changing the straight objectivity and wish to catch very objective facts. Does it changing if a person is changing countries? For example, journalists from Israel, how we work before war in own country and how we're working now. Or for example, Ukrainians, how we was working before war, before full-scale war, and how we are working now. Second, my question is about curiosity and adrenaline. As you know, some persons sometimes are fanatic of adrenaline and going too deep. You told that you are starting to care about you and save your body. But my curious question is, does your curiosity make you to be in some cases where you didn't expect and what you saw? Third, my question is about the status of your documents. When you feel it is a really only document, and when it can became a status of art. Does it change that status? Does it change following the time? Because my philosophical question is, do we really can to call the sum of documents, photographies and movies as art? Because art is about creativity and the world is about demolishing. It's absolutely opposite meanings. And maybe the last my question is about inflation. For what you would wish to make a biggest inflation? For politics who is making decisions, if they get some really important information, for citizens, for people, or maybe for artists who is real artists, who is painters. Do they use your photographies for art? What if we simply call as art, like painters, musicians, dancers? Did you found what your documents, as I would say, became as a material for artists?
I cannot possibly remember all the questions, so I might ask you to repeat them. But the first answer, whether the perception of impartiality is changing. To the extent I have met, foreign media and my colleagues, I can say the following. No, I don't think the objectivity changes. No, it depends on the person, on the personality. To what extent a person wants to really capture the fact, to what extent the person wants to become a popular photographer, and to what extent that person wants to disclose the truth. Sometimes these are two different things. For example, in 2005, migrant crisis, the first wave, 2015, sorry, a migrant crisis. What was the general sort of position? These are refugees from Syria, Iraq, fleeing all those war-torn countries, and they should be welcome as refugees. We kept talking about that, and you were meaning different. Meaning, when I question sometimes, if I wanted to ask, maybe some of them are economic migrants, maybe they want to flee the country because they want to get some economic benefit. Nobody would understand you. I remember there was a footage I made from the frontier with Syria, and I worked for a month, and those migrants were shown as victims without questioning the fact. And, the societal opinion sort of is what? When I heard about that, I was mildly shocked. I remember I saw a bus with migrants to the Serbian-Croatian border, and they are taken there. So they, go cover a distance of 300 meters illegally to cross the border. 30 or 40 migrants on the bus, all men, elderly, not old, but they're sort of imbue, and one woman with 2 kids. And I remember I saw Reuters, I think, photographer, not sure. And while the men sort of were getting off the bus, this photographer kept smoking. When the woman came up with the kids, all of a sudden the photographer jumped to life, capturing the moment when she disembarked the bus. So the question is whether he was showing the truth. Yes. Now, let's say now 95% probably were males, and 5%, let's say, females. He only showed one woman. And what the general opinion is, of course, natural, that it's only women fleeing the country. Because the males are not interesting, meaning you don't get emotional looking at those photos. And if you don't get emotional looking at certain image captured on the photo, it's not a good photo. So meaning the photographers, yes, they want their photos to be emotional, of course, influential. So it's about kids, about women, about the tears, but it does not reflect such a photo of the whole sort of situation. So as I said, it depends more on a person, on a personality. And in this case, as Reuters photographer, he maybe did not distort the truth, but he did not show intentionally the whole situation. The second question, yeah, adrenaline and curiosity. Again, I think it's at the beginning that you feel it. Then it's more common sense governing your actions. I remember myself, when you go to the, let's say, front line or the battlefield, the most dangerous area, and you ask how many casualties among soldiers last week, 10 or what? No, they say not a single casualty, 2 were wounded. Okay, you go to another battlefield, 1% killed. Okay, acceptable risk. But I used to stop when it was about the risk of 50%. Mariinka, Avdiivka, then I would stop. I would not go further on. I thought, no, enough is enough. So are you seeking this adrenaline? At the beginning, yeah, the answer is yes, you are. On the other hand, maybe it's not that you're seeking adrenaline, but if you want to really capture good moments on your photos, emotional photos, real life, meaning nobody cares what... and there are not that many sort of photos like that. Now we see... Actually, there are no professional photographers capturing the images from the trenches in Ukraine of the soldiers. At the beginning, there were more. Now it's maybe it's only Malolietka still doing that, or sometimes, occasionally. By the way, Malolietka worked also in Lithuania during the riot near the Seimas, and we captured the moments of the crisis in Lithuania. So, adrenaline. It's not adrenaline even, it's the need for emotions, because for the flood emotions, because the more you see, the more cold-blooded you become, see? And if you want to experience those emotions, if you want to inject a dose of adrenaline or emotions, then you go on the margins, meaning you tread on the dangerous borders. You want to go there. But later on, it sort of subsides more. Okay, art and war and the status documents. I can only answer looking at my personal perspective. I'm not an artist. I'm just a craftsman, so to say. Don't belong to the category of photographers who boast of 15 photos a year, and then they make an exhibition which is mounted for 3 years. I have probably made, I don't know, thousands of photos, and I have never had a single exhibition. Still, I think that it's my sort of life, it's my work, and this is something I'm dedicated to come up with thousands of photos. And but then a hypothetical question said, when we want the war sort of documents to become artistic, doesn't it become trivial? All right, if you make a nice photo and you hang it on the wall, as we heard, right, a summer party in Vienna and somewhere else, but maybe it becomes sort of distant to you, distant? You don't have a feel for it, maybe when you show, not necessarily via photographs, reality some cruelty. If you put a corpse, let's say, in there, maybe corpse without the limbs, the feeling would be different. Now, if you look at those photos, oh yes, you see women. This perfect photo of a pregnant woman at the maternity hospital in Mariupol. But does it really affect you to the extent that you feel the real cruelty of war? I don't have an answer to that. Maybe Ksenia wants to add something.
I would like to ask for this presentation that I've had, so I will be able to comment on it a little bit. I would like to respond to some things and saying especially that this summer party that was there, it was there in the gallery where on the walls were some of these pictures. So this is the surrealism of the living in these times of war, when you have this peaceful life and where you have something like this. And I was also one of these people hiding in the subway. Then I would like to what I wanted to say is that I wonder why, or maybe I've got it wrong, the putting responsibility for this objectivity, so to say, on the photographer. Let's talk about the Bild editors and other people, and especially the requests of the society, because if we would get into some sociological researches, and if necessarily I will get it. For example, there is a book which is called The Stolen Focus, and you will find there lots of the information about why do we only see the negative things in the news or whatever, something that attracts attention, and how do human nature is being manipulated and something like this. So is it necessarily to put it this way, or maybe will it make sense to show that there were men on this bus, not just women? So I would again say that there is a purpose, and it's not only in the hands of this photographer, it's also in the hands of the media and of the media's owners and so on, in the way that they are doing what they're doing. This is the pictures of the Yulia Kochitova, who's been documenting the war since 2014. These are the pictures of Alexander Gledelov, who is one of the most prominent Ukrainian war photographers, and talking about this archive. He's working with Analog Films. He has no family who will be able to preserve his archives, and the guys who were collecting the pictures, they are actually trying to get the pictures from him. But there is a problem. The problem is that one of the editors of this book and one of the founders of this archive, he is now becoming a soldier. The other guy who was supposed to take in interviews with the photographers taking part in this archive and being invited to this archive. He's also a soldier. Malaletka is out of the question. This is the Irpin evacuation. This is this. And these are pictures from the torture chambers in Kherson region. They were taken by Roman Pashkovsky, who by chance is my ex-husband and the father of my son. He's also becoming the soldier. And the picture from the trenches, they have been taken by him, who's a professional photographer, and he's been working in the studio. He's one of the best Ukrainian portrait photographers. There is also a Lipkos couple, and they have been documenting the war from whatever, the hottest points, and they were also in the very dangerous situations. So then I would ask then again, Vitas, what is maybe, like, if you have this goal of having something documented and being so objective, why won't you go there to this very heart of it? Because again, if I would refer to the Yuri Rechinsky, who is a Ukrainian film director, but last year at the Biennale he received a prize for the best Austrian film, because it was produced in Austria, and that was a film with the photographer from the Netherlands, from the Pierre Krom, who was also, he was documenting the beginning of the war in Ukraine. He was in Crimea when the annexation started. Then he was in the east when it was all again starting. And then he just escaped because he realized that it will end bad for him. So how far can you go in order to get this very hot news or this very hot picture? Or if not hot, then something very, very actual. And then again, let's look at the count of the tortured journalists and killed. And one of them would be Max Levin, the Ukrainian journalist who was found in the Kiev region after it was liberated, the Irpin, Bucha regions, and so on. And again, I think that there is some bias on what we're thinking and what we're saying. And I would also now again like to talk as a private person and again a Ukrainian. When I think about the refugees, and this is what I experienced in Vienna, and this is what Mikhailo Tkach was also documenting. He had several films, one of which it's called Battalion Vienna, then another was Battalion Monaco, and it was about the very rich Ukrainians who may come from some political areas, and they were there, and they were, of course, avoiding the war and so on. And there is some special imagination that people are having. Again, these stereotypes about how refugees are looking like. So I'm not looking like a normal refugee, and it means that I'm cool enough. Because when I was talking to a Syrian guy that I met at the grocery store, he was looking at me and he was like, yeah, you know, you are like so cool because you get something better than I do. And I do not want to talk now badly about Syrians, but that was this very experience of talking to him, who was living in Odessa and saying that there is no Ukrainian language and so on and so on. For many Ukrainian women, it indeed became a window of opportunities because they went abroad, they were able to go and to leave their husbands for some reason without getting their permission to go abroad with the kids. There are so many people who got divorced. There are so many people who get married again with various other people. And this life go on, and then again, this is a huge discussion whether they can be neighbors, the life and the death, and to which extent and where. Thank you.
Ksenia. I will use my privilege as the moderator and ask Vidmantas not to respond to your question, because we are at the conference which is called about memory institutions in the state. And I want to bring you and all the audience to the question, what is the role of memory institutions like libraries, like archives, like what else? Museums, galleries. What are our role in this process? We heard in the morning that libraries are contributing to documenting the war. What else we can do from your perspective? And I would like to hear from our audience what libraries, archives, museums can do in this situation. How can we contribute to it? And yes, once again, we need a lot of data, information to be able to create a balanced history and story later, not now. Now we probably are not able even to see some things. So Vidmantas, maybe we'll start from you. You are a journalist, you are just now in a memory institution, but how would you, what would be your perspective? What we as memory institutions, what we could do to contribute to war documentation? So what would be your thoughts?
On one hand, I am a journalist, but on the other hand, I am linked with documentation from another perspective, because during my leisure time I am engaged in a history of our regions. I go to Dzukija region, I also make photos of some sites, some pictures of, I don't know, rural areas and so on. So what I can see and what I could suggest as this free niche, we talk a lot about something that I hear now about strategic and great things. Perhaps it's not a good word, strategic, but we speak about global issues. But to me, it seems to be also very important to fix and keep the human stories. Stories of regular people, of ordinary people. I can try to imagine a regular person, a soldier, whose child is somewhere away, and probably the soldier dies somewhere. And we sometimes even don't know the circumstances. Perhaps 3 to 5 other soldiers know about the circumstances of his death. Those 5 soldiers also die. And, for example, this child doesn't have any information about the death of his or her father. It means that should be as many stories fixed as possible about this personal perspective, about something that could later help children of, I don't know, killed soldiers to have this picture of the war, to have the full context, and also impact the life of the people, of their children, grandchildren, and so on. This enhancement, this librarians' role in promotion of the stories is very important. Perhaps other people could write the stories, because now when I go to those rural areas of Lithuania and just collect stories, it's fine. But Ukrainians probably also are people who see the stories from their own perspective, like amateurs. And I think your role, your approach should be somehow questioning the people and perhaps determine some general rules or guidelines how the stories should be collected. It shouldn't be too complicated, but on the other hand, it is very important, especially journalists who go there, who can collect some stories about the killed soldiers or emotions, or perhaps, I don't know, some items are left there, and then it will be evidence. Whether it could be used in the future as the court evidence, perhaps not, but it is very important from the human perspective to know the facts and figures and also circumstances. Perhaps in some 10 to 15 years this mosaic will become a picture, full picture, and I'd say it should be called the military studies, military local studies done by probably non-professionals, amateurs who could collect the stories. And sometimes they are neither professional questioning person, neither professional respondent. But perhaps some chaotic mosaic places that are not linked between and among themselves then form this general picture as pieces of mosaic. And perhaps in 10 to 15 years it will bring us dividends.
Your thoughts on memory institutions' place in this process?
Thank you, Ilona, for bringing us in this direction, and I'm very grateful for your response. And I would say that the memory institutions in Ukraine, we have different examples. Those states who are dealing with the past, and those non-governmental organizations who are dealing with this present. And what you have just said about the dead soldier, it brought me to the conversation with Svetlana Machovska, who is a Ukrainian researcher in the field of the oral history, and she's having expeditions in the Chernihiv region. And I talked to her on Monday, and I asked her, so what was the most touching moment that you've had in the conversations with people? And she said, you know what? There was a woman whose son died, as they've said, in action. Like on the, whatever, there was something happening, and then he died because he was there in this wrong place at the wrong time. And this mom was she was so devastated for a long time. And then her neighbor came and she said, you know what? I saw how your son died. He was shooting on the car with a diesel, all this diesel cistern. And he did it, and it exploded, and he was killed. Which turns it all in a very different way. He didn't just die because he was there. He died because of his actions, because of his courageity. So then this mom, she devoted herself into collecting these evidences into, she became like basically the right hand of the investigator in this case who was investigating the death of her son. And when she came to the interview with Svetlana Makhovska, she brought the file of her son, and she was, what Svetlana said, like one of these rules of these oral history making interviews, you have to end it on some good note. Like it should be something that you will be sure that the person leaves you in a good state, not worse than it was before you started this conversation. And she said that this mom was she was empowered in a way, knowing how courageous her son was. And this is not because she wanted it to be like this, although, of course, this is because it really was like this, and this is very, very important for her just to find this truth. And to make it like short, I would say that the role of the memory institutions, I think, what I see is maybe to popularize the memory and to try to make the next generations to get this knowledge as fully as possible, so that the grandchildren of those who took part in the Second World War will not forget what they were supposed to know. I mean, they wouldn't know this, so that they will know how bad it is, for example, how bad it was if you were being tortured, how bad it was if someone proclaims that they are better than someone else, because we have these evidences and we have been talking a lot about this. But at this very time, this again happens. And so what is the purpose then of this documentation and of talking about this? If this keeps happening all over again, and people will be asking like, so what for? I mean, what did I do wrong in my life that they just came and they did this to me? They did this to my family, they did this to anyone else. So I think it should be like one of the, like a very, very, maybe some kind of a public policy narrative that will bring it like a vaccination, like something, because again, in Vienna, I'm so lucky that next door I have the office of the Communist Party. And the members of this Communist Party, these are young people, and they have, for example, the mottos like apartments instead of the weapons, or something like this. And I will never bring them to the knowledge of what communism is. And when I said recently that the Communistic Party is prohibited in Ukraine, they couldn't believe why, because the ideals are so nice. And this what brings us into all these loops all over again, especially if we are such neighbors and we find ourselves in this area where we are on the same page, and then with those others whom we are supposed like to take and say, look at this is what it is and this is terrible. But it just doesn't work like this. This is the question of how to find these ways so that this universal human language, which is stated in the Declaration for the Human Rights and saying that the human life is the biggest value, so that this will be really practiced and implemented.
Thank you. Okay, we have a forest of hands and have just 4 minutes. So you were the first.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tatiana Boryk. I am a war refugee, as well as you. I'm a historian at Vilnius University History Department right now. And as a historian who does research on the Holodomor, sorry again to tell about this, but yeah, this is something that makes a Ukrainian a Ukrainian. And I want to say that I have to agree with a non-original thought that has been already expressed by the presenters, that our goal is to collect the sources, because as people who are living here and now in the midst of the catastrophe, And here we do not have the bombs, the missiles, and the air alerts. We do not understand. We all, the next generation, will understand later. And just one example: oral history as a historical source is not actually is a pretty new type of historical source, because it appeared in the US in the end of 1960s, in the 1970s, and initially it was used just to do research on small communities who were not heard, who were not visible. And later it turned out that oral history is, it can be used not only as a historical source just to learn better the neighbors, but to persecute the people who committed the genocides. And we know about the tribunals. There were already 3 of them. So it's really important to take pictures, to write stories. And as a historian who does research on the Holodomor, as I've mentioned, I can say that the Holodomor, it was prohibited to talk about openly in the Soviet Union. So only in Ukraine, it was only in the end of 80s, people started sharing their stories, and now we have like more than 100,000 of oral history sources on the famine, and many of these stories, they express a gratitude for allowing the survivors or the ancestors of the survivors to be heard. And this is also a kind of therapeutic effect that some question, some agree, but this is also very important for people. It gives them some sense of справедливость, that they can be heard. This is something that helps them to live. And about the memory also, I want to say that Ukrainian society started with approximately 50% of those Ukrainians who believed that the famine was a genocide. In the end of 2022, this amount reached 93%. So this clear link of the crimes of the Soviet states, of the Soviet crimes that were committed in Ukraine and in other states, we know history of Lithuania, obviously, of the Baltic states. There is a clear linkage for Ukrainians. And when I came as a refugee with 2 little kids to Lithuania, and Lithuanians who helped me, like after saying like, hello, nice to meet you, etc., etc., one of Lithuanian, she told me, our grandmother, she was deported to Siberia. And unlike my grandfather, who was deported as well, her grandmother was able to return to Lithuania. And this Lithuanian girl, she told me, well, girl, she's a woman. She told me, our grandmother was consistently repeating that, please, kids, please keep memory about the crimes of the Soviets. And I think that this memory that the Center for Genocide Studies, the historians of Lithuania, this memory helps to Lithuanians to comprehend the current war. And I liked a phrase by Dalia Grybauskaitė, who was talking on one conference that was devoted to the war, and she told, the problem is that the further to the west you go, the less understanding you meet. So the closer we are to the eastern borders, the more memories we have about the Soviet crimes and more understanding. So just these 2 notes.
Thank you for your comment, and we are out of our time. I just want to thank you, Ksenia Vidmantas, for your thoughts, because I believe from the way you were talking, emotionally way you were talking, we all understand that this is a very important task for us as a human beings, also as a memory institutions. From what you said, I believe we can add a level to our strategies, missions, whatever we call these documents, that we need to gather as much as possible information, data, even boring data, as you said. Those meant they were not interesting, but to be able to create that balanced history, we need that boring history. Memory institutions were always known as places where boring information is kept, like old books, documents, whatever. So it won't be anything new for us. And yes, as you said, we must engage into education as much as possible, because it is evident that our societies are lacking understanding what terrible things were ours, and we shouldn't allow us to get into them again. So thank you once again, and I believe that during the coffee break, the questions which were not asked will be asked, and we are kindly asking you not to run away and just to talk with our participants. So thank you once again.
Hello, good afternoon for everybody. We're starting our panel. Panel 4, memorization as a means of addressing historical trauma. The topic is, pretty sad, because the atmosphere of the events which would be discussed and the results of that. I myself was working for a decade maybe on the Holocaust in Lithuania issues. Also very sad and traumatic period of many losses. And today we will work simply in such manner as I was instructed by organizational committee to be very strict, very short, not talk so much for myself, but to allow the speakers to present their research. And we will be on time today because the third speaker was not able to come. So we have two speakers today. And first of all, I want to present to you our neighbor, Jacek Kordel, National Library of Poland, with his presentation, Honoring Heritage, Commemorating the Destruction of Polish Libraries and Book Collections During World War II. So, please, Jacek.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. On this slide, you can see an image of the ruined Krasiński Library in Warsaw, a symbol of the tremendous tragedy that befell Polish books and cultural heritage, which I will be discussing in just a moment. The Second World War brought devastating destruction to Polish libraries. During the war, at least 2/3 of the approximately 50 million books collected before 1939 were lost. Special collections were also severely affected. Hundreds of thousands of manuscripts and early printed works were destroyed, along with thousands of incunabula. No library was spared. Academic, public, educational, school, religious and private collections all suffered significant losses. From September 1939 onward, libraries were damaged by bombings, artillery fire and direct combat. In the initial weeks and months of the occupation, book collections were removed from buildings appropriated by German civil and military authorities. Many books and manuscripts fell victim to looting and confiscation by German military and police forces, whose goal was to claim key parts of Polish collections for German institutions and individuals. Repressive legislation aimed at eradicating Polish culture also targeted libraries. German library institutions created during the occupation served primarily a party-driven agenda, focusing on supplying literature deemed essential for German Eastern research, Deutsche Ostforschung. In many areas, the most severe destruction occurred during the final months of the German military presence on Polish soil. Following the Warsaw Uprising, German forces systematically demolished entire sections of the capital, sparing neither libraries nor their collections. In cities like Poznań, they employed a scorched earth policy, burning down strategic buildings, including cultural institutions, as they retreated. The scale of these losses was so vast that Polish librarians described German policy toward Polish culture as book killing or bookocide, a deliberate annihilation of national heritage. Libraries share the fate of Polish citizens who, from the very first days of the war, became victims of a brutal occupation regime. Property confiscations, mass arrests, deportations to concentration camps, forced labor and public executions were daily tools of German policy in the occupied territories. This policy focused most sharply on Polish political, intellectual and cultural elites. The calamity of the Second World War is deeply embedded in Polish memory, continually evoked through numerous monuments and plaques in public spaces. Sites such as the Museum of the Second World War in Gdańsk, the Warsaw Uprising Museum, memorial museums and rooms at former concentration camps, prisons and detention centers, as well as cemeteries for victims in cities, villages and forests, serve as constant reminders. A particularly powerful symbol is the series of plaques spread throughout Warsaw's urban landscape, each inscribed with the words, "A place sanctified by the blood of Poles who fought for their homeland's freedom." By the late 1970s, nearly 500 such plaques had been placed. On this slide, you can see an example. Here, on August the 5th, in the Ursus factory, at the site of mass execution, Nazi forces shot approximately 7,000 Poles. These plaques have become so ingrained in the city's landscape that they are often seen less as works of art and more as a unique part of the urban information system. The high numbers of victims recorded on these plaques keep the memory of these tragic events alive and serve as a reminder of the vast scale of this calamity. This raises an important question. How can the losses suffered by libraries be commemorated in public spaces? How can we convey the symbolic value of these lost collections and their significance for national culture and identity? Beyond Berlin's empty library and at Babelplatz, memorials of this kind are rare. My goal today is to explore ways to effectively memorialize the destruction of Polish libraries during the war, beyond academic studies, catalogs, and virtual reconstructions of pre-war collections. In this presentation, I will introduce the only two forms of commemoration found in Polish public spaces. Initially, I expected to find more memorials, if not monuments, then at least plaques in libraries. Contemporary theories of memory, loss, and war trauma may explain why these library losses are so underrepresented publicly. Another aspect is exhibitions on wartime losses, though they are not my focus here. The only monument dedicated to books destroyed during the Second World War stands in Kalisz, one of Poland's oldest cities, located in eastern Greater Poland. Here you can see Kalisz marked as a city that was directly incorporated into the Third Reich during the occupation. Since the Middle Ages, Kalisz housed numerous libraries linked to churches, monasteries, and schools. Remarkably, these collections survived the city's major fire in 1792, the dissolution of religious orders, and the German bombardment at the start of the First World War, which nearly obliterated the city center. Rebuilt after the war, Kalisz became a powerful symbol of Poland's resilience and revival in the interwar period. In 1939, Kalisz had a population of 70,000, with 30% of its residents being Jewish. After the outbreak of the Second World War, Kalisz, along with Poland's western and northern territories, was annexed by Reich. The Nazis quickly initiated an aggressive campaign of Germanization, aiming to erase all traces of Polish cultural life. Cultural artifacts were seized on a massive scale from museums and private homes alike, with looting often accompanied by the deliberate destruction of artworks. On December the 13th, German authorities mandated the registration of all public and private book collections, intending to consolidate these holdings and sever Poles from their literary heritage. This registration encompassed approximately 6.5 million books, with 4.5 million from public libraries. Around 5 million books were destroyed, including 3 million recycled as pulp. Among the confiscated and partly destroyed collections were those of murdered professors from the Polish University of Poznań. German authorities dismantled the library of the Poznań Society of Friends of Learning, along with major church collections, such as the archives and library of the Archdiocese of Poznań and the libraries of seminaries in Poznań, Gniezno and Włocławek, which held nearly 400,000 books and 2,500 incunabula. Polish and Jewish religious and community libraries were obliterated, along with collections from bookshops and antiquarian stores. The holding of 360 libraries belonging to the Society of People's Libraries, as well as most school libraries, were also destroyed. The losses were immense. In accordance with this decree, the book collections of Kalisz were also seized by German authorities. Church libraries, some of which dated back to the 14th century, were confiscated and transported to warehouses in Poznań, where they either disappeared or were destroyed. Certain books deemed less valuable were destroyed on site. Public and school libraries, the city's historical museum collection, and the holdings of synagogues, yeshivas, and private collectors were almost entirely obliterated locally. Rare books and other confiscated volumes were initially stored in warehouses in Kalisz, only to be used between 1940 and 1942 to fill the Babinka Canal, a tributary of the Prosna River. Literary artifacts were unloaded directly from trucks and carts into a 400-meter stretch of the canal, then covered with rubble, soil, and waste to level the ground. Jewish residents of Kalisz were forced to carry out this work. The monument on the Kalisz promenades commemorates the events surrounding the destruction of local book collections. Erected in 1978 through community contributions by the Federation of Cultural Societies of the Kalisz region, it stands on the site of the filled-in Babinka Canal, a symbolic tomb for the lost books. The simple monument depicts an open bronze book inscribed with the words, "Here, in the filled-in bed of the Prosna River, the Nazis destroyed tens of thousands of books from Kalisz's public libraries." Below the inscription is a laurel leaf symbolizing remembrance and tribute to the destroyed books. During the unveiling ceremony in May 1978, speakers highlighted the brutality of the German occupation and its aim to distract Polish culture. I quote, "Then came the fateful autumn of 1939. Against Polish authors, printers, librarians, and readers rose an unprecedented ferocity from the brown-clad invaders, a determination to distract. It was noted that the books used to fill the canal became a literal foundation for a destructive policy. I quote, "Some of these were consigned to the earth by the brown-clad barbarians. They filled the Prosna Canal with them, using the hands of their victims. They desecrated these books, condemning them to ruin among waste and mud. We are all, now and forever, impoverished by the loss of collections of sometimes unique value. No power will ever restore these losses. Therefore, to this book, persecuted during the partition, sentenced to the destruction under the Brown Plague, a guide and teacher of Polishness for generations of our fathers, our grateful society has decided to dedicate a monument." The unveiling itself did not prompt any substantial exploration into the fate of Kalisz's book collection during the Second World War. The absence of a local academic institution and a scarcity of archival materials, including inventories of destroyed libraries and German documentation of the losses, have posed significant obstacles to research on this topic. I will now move on the second example of commemoration, an urn containing the ashes of manuscripts burned after the fall of the Warsaw Uprising. During and after the Warsaw Uprising, which took place in the summer and autumn of 1944, Hitler ordered the city to be leveled, leading to the systematic destruction of the Polish capital. Over 30% of Warsaw's buildings were demolished, leaving the city in a sea of ruins. On September the 4th, German bombs struck the Krasiński Library, igniting fires that spread across multiple floors. In 1941, as part of a broader plan to reorganize Warsaw's libraries, German authorities had moved special collections from Warsaw's academic institutions to this very building. These collections included nearly 50,000 manuscripts, 34,000 cartographic artifacts, 160,000 prints, drawings, and photographs, along with 52,000 incunabula and early printed books. In a desperate attempt to save the building, library staff threw surviving books from the upper floors into the courtyard to escape the flames. Although the fire consumed the upper floors, the lower levels and basement, where the most valuable items were stored, remained intact. On September the 6th, German troops occupied the building, and by late September or early October, demolition units set the remaining floors and basements ablaze. Polish librarians returned weeks later, and on October the 14th, they found the basement still smoldering. It was only in November that they could conduct a more thorough inspection. The distinguished teatrologist Bogdan Korzeniowski documented the harrowing scene. I quote, "The descent to the basement was not blocked with rubble. I thus reached the cellar. At first glance, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. I wanted to cry out, 'The collection has survived.' It lay there in various thick layers. What struck me was that there was some kind of order. We had not left it like then we camouflaging the entrance to the shelter. There were no metal sheets, no sandbags. Also striking was the fact that the layers appeared to be much lower now. The volumes no longer touch the vaulted ceiling as they had done when we put them there. Closer inspection revealed the reason for this change. It was hideous. Touch a layer of the evenly arranged copies and they didn't fall apart, they vanished. The collection had been completely consumed by the fire, which must have devoured them slowly over many days. It wasn't hard to guess how they were destroyed either. They had pulled the books on the top out from under the ceiling, poured petrol on them, and set them on fire. Even with a foot on their throats, they continued to carry out the sentence of extermination that they had imposed on their neighboring country. Besides being capable of genocide, they were also capable of bucocide. The Krasiński Library shared the fate of other Warsaw cultural institutions. German soldiers completely destroyed the central archives of modern records and the city archives, while the central archives of historical records suffered devastating losses with 1.6 million archival units destroyed. In a particularly tragic act, Wehrmacht units set fire to the stacks and reading rooms of the Warsaw Public Library, burning hundreds of thousands of books on the very last day of the German occupation in the capital. After the end of the German occupation, librarians collected the ashes of manuscripts from the Krasiński Library building and placed them in an urn. Decades later, faint traces of the pages are still visible in the ashes. However, due to vibrations and movement, the urn's delicate contexts continue to erode. This fragile memorial is gradually deteriorating, with fragments fading away, much like the evidence of this wartime tragedy slowly disappears. Since 2023, the urn, previously inaccessible to the public, has been displayed in a specially prepared room as a part of the permanent historical exhibition at the National Library. In 2014, artist Paweł Bownik photographed the urn, enlarging the image so that in the final print it appears larger than life, allowing viewers to examine details usually invisible to the naked eye. Time plays a crucial role in this work. The photograph symbolically poses its passage, while the process itself imbues the piece with a contemplative quality. Bovnik exposed the image for 16 minutes. In a sense, the photograph preserves this fragile testament to wartime destruction, safeguarding it against further decay. It transforms the urn and its ashes into a new, enduring form that will last as long as the negative digital fire or print endures. With such immense damage and loss, one might expect to find numerous memorials dedicated to this tragedy. Yet, there are only 2. Why is this the case? Contemporary studies on memory and forgetting offer some insight. The destruction of books presents unique challenges for commemoration. Several theoretical factors help to explain why memorializing lost collections is so complex. Maurice Alvax, in his work on collective memory, argued that societies tend to remember events most vividly when they involve direct loss of human life. The destruction of books and libraries, though vital to cultural heritage, often does not evoke the same powerful collective memory, as it concerns the life of artifacts rather than that of people. Assmans, who developed the concept of cultural memory, observed that material carriers of memory, such as books, lose their significance if there is no community actively preserving that memory. During the occupation, the policies of the oppressor aimed to erase Polish cultural identity, which in post-war memory led to a reduced emphasis on the devastation of library collections, especially when viewed against the backdrop of profound human losses. James E. Young, in his study of memorials, notes that their effectiveness relies on both social consensus and broad access to knowledge about the events they commemorate. For lost libraries, the post-war shortage of archival resources and limited institutional support created significant barriers to rebuilding this memory, leading to fewer initiatives and memorials dedicated to the destruction of these collections. In short, the limited commemorations for destroyed libraries may stem from the challenge of creating a lasting memory for objects not directly linked to human loss, compounded by a lack of resources and archives essential to fully developing this dimension of cultural remembrance. This presents an open field for researchers to explore innovative approaches to commemorating and interpreting these losses. One promising avenue might be exhibitions on wartime losses, especially digital formats, as a delicate condition of charred, bullet-ridden or water-damaged books often makes digital representation the most feasible option. Additionally, examining the theme of book loss in literature, memoirs, and poetry could offer a rich area for further study. Ultimately, developing these commemorations not only preserves cultural memory, but also honors the resilience and enduring heritage that spans generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will have time for 2 telegraphic questions, short, and then the next speaker will continue. If you will have very short questions, because after both presentations, we will have questions and discussion. It's okay? No short questions. Okay. Thank you very much. Nice to see a colleague historian in our conference. Jacek studied in Warsaw University history and in Germany. And who is interesting in the conference program, you could read his main works, not maybe main, but some works are presented, the published works of our speaker. The next speaker is, I think, concentrated more on modern times. Kostas Arvanitis, University of Manchester. He's a museologist, not musicologist. Museums and spontaneous memorials. His topic, collecting and documenting collective trauma. And please, Mr. Kostas, you could start your presentation.
Thank you, Alphonsus. Yes, not musicology, although I cannot tell you how many times I've been asked about grand pianos, my views on grand pianos. Hi, everyone, and thanks for sticking around for that final talk. My name is Kostas Arvanitis. I'm a senior lecturer in museology at the University of Manchester, and where we teach museum studies, arts management, a number of other library and archive studies as well, a number of other areas. Over the last 7 years, and following a terrorist attack in Manchester in 2017, I have been researching the role of collecting and documenting spontaneous memorials in shaping personal and collective memories of the associated events. Spontaneous memorials that appear after tragic events present a number of challenges for museums and other cultural organizations involved in collecting them. In this presentation, I'd like to examine some of the ethical issues that arise when collecting spontaneous memorials and the impact that this work has on the individuals and societal recovery in the aftermath of the event. This research is part of a bigger project that provides a comparative examination of spontaneous memorials collections in case studies in the UK and around the world. Today, in this presentation, I'll draw on analysis of 2 case studies of spontaneous memorial collections in Manchester, UK, and Orlando, USA, which I will introduce in a moment. But before I do that, some content guidance. The subject of the talk might prompt an emotional reaction, which is normal. If during the talk you feel distressed, you might want to step out for a while or leave the talk altogether. And during the talk, I'll show images of spontaneous memorial items. These are items through which people express a range of emotions towards the event, the people who were killed, their families, the city, etc. We will not be focusing on those individual items. These are just examples so you get a better idea of what spontaneous memorials in the aftermath of tragic events include. What I'd like to focus on today is the usefulness of an ethics of care framework in understanding how museum professionals conceptualize their sense of personal and professional responsibility and consider and respond to the needs of affected communities when they are presented with the task of collecting spontaneous memorials. Specifically, I focus on issues that arise in the first weeks and months of the spontaneous memorials transitioning into museum collections and how ethics of care can help explain and guide the actions and decisions of museum professionals. Ultimately, this examination aims to offer some broader conclusions about how ethical issues in managing the formation and use of spontaneous memorials require appropriate institutional policy and practice. Now, spontaneous memorials are grassroots mourning practices that appear after violent events such as terrorist attacks, mass shootings, natural disasters, and accidents. They're not a new phenomenon, as the list of those examples on the screen indicate. All these and similar events have led to the formation of large-scale public spontaneous memorials consisting often of thousands of flowers, candles, notes, flags, T-shirts, other clothes, religious icons, and other objects. Such memorials have now become an expected expression of public grief and memorialization. They provide the opportunity and space for people to come together, pay their respects, grieve collectively, assert a sense of solidarity and belonging, and also a way to claim back spaces that people call home, a city, for example, a public space, after the violation they feel as a result of the disaster or terrorist attack or other mass casualty event. And you can see on the screen some of the items that were collected by the Manchester Art Gallery in Manchester in the aftermath of the 2017 terrorist attack, which I will come back to later on. Over the last 30 years, museums have been involved in leading or contributing to collecting such memorials. This work, often termed disaster collecting or rescue collecting, is often seen as part of contemporary and rapid response collecting. Now, despite this broader museological framework and despite the growing frequency of spontaneous memorials, their unexpected nature places them at the boundaries of museum or archival practice. And this has prevented the museum and the broader cultural sector from developing a widely accepted code of practice that cultural professionals can turn to when needed. This would help when institutions navigate questions such as what items, if any, to collect, when to start and stop collecting, who is this collection by and for. So in my work, I examine the relevance and usefulness of ethics of care as discussed by John Trotter and Virginia Held in articulating and addressing ethical responsibilities in collecting spontaneous memorials. Trotter argues that care consists of 4 phases: caring about, recognition that care is necessary, taking care of, assuming responsibility for the care needed, caregiving, the direct meeting of the care needs, and care receiving, the object of the care responding to the received care. Now, these elements of care lead to ethical values and demonstrations of care, which are attentiveness, responsibility, competence, and responsiveness. Now, I'd like to use 2 examples of spontaneous memorials collecting to demonstrate the application of these ethical values of care: the One Orlando Collection and the Manchester Together Archive. So my analysis is based on qualitative, semi-structured interviews with Pamela Schwartz in October 2019 and a few interviews with her after that. At the time of the event and the interview, she was Chief Curator of the Orange County Regional History Center in Orlando, Florida, and Amanda Wallace in August 2018, and subsequently more interviews with her since then, acting director at the time of the Manchester Art Gallery, both of whom have led their respective institutions collecting of spontaneous memorials. The One Orlando Collection consists of more than 6,000 items that the Orange County Regional History Center collected after the Pulse nightclub massacre in Orlando, USA in 2016 that left 49 people dead and 68 people injured. Now, reflecting on the experience in managing the formation of this collection, Pam Schwartz says, and I appreciate I have a long quotes here, but I think it's important to hear the words of the museum professor. So if you bear with me, I'll read these out. And just to remind, I'm looking now at the 2 ethical values of attentiveness and responsiveness for now. So she says, a little over a month after Pearls happened, it was a Friday at 4:55, and the front desk calls me and they said, there's a family here. I came downstairs and they were in town from out of state. And they said, we know it's late, but we're just wondering if we could see some of our daughter's stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, what do you mean, your daughter's stuff? Like memorial stuff? And they say, yes. They said, we can't go to the murder site, and we are just so sick of sharing our grief with the world. We thought maybe we could just have a bit of a private audience here. We're not ready for all that, but we know you've got the big white memorial crosses and other objects. So we thought we could just come here and have a private audience. And I asked, how long are you in town? Just for tomorrow afternoon, they respond. Okay, all of our collection is stored 40 minutes away, Pam says. And I'm saying this knowing that this stuff is not being cleaned yet. It's not organized. So I asked them if they can come back in the morning. Then I go to our offsite and I just start finding stuff. And I take the white crosses apart because from being outside, some were moldy and they were breaking because they just weren't bit properly. So I get everything cleaned. and it's like midnight when I get here, and I get it all set up. Come back the next morning at like 7 or 8, and bring them in, and they're looking at it. And they're just so thankful to this stuff. And they said, you know, it's different. We haven't gotten to be here for the last month, having all the love and support from this community. Pam's recollection of the course of events supports the idea that in the early stages of understanding how to approach the collecting of spontaneous memorials, and faced by an unprecedented scenario, museum professionals in Orlando were driven by, attended and responded to the needs of affected individuals, such as members of the families of the bereaved. In this context, they saw the museum work on the memorials as part of the broader societal response to the event and its affected bodies. This is also demonstrated by how Orlando approached the value and role of the first website that included a digitized catalog of spontaneous memorials. Schwartz again reflects on this. So we did that oral history with the bereaved family, and literally that night I'm like a wet rag. Because it was a Saturday morning, and I was just here all afternoon, and I was putting there all the photos from the spontaneous memorial sites. Because I said to them, if you don't want to go to the sites, would you like me to send you photos of each of the memorial sites? And they said, that would be amazing, because we can just take them in at home on our own, on our couch with a box of Kleenex. So I spent the entire afternoon putting together a photo database of objects. So I put everything together I had for their daughter, and I packaged them all up and I emailed them. And then I thought, there are 6 or 7 families in Puerto Rico. There's a family in Pennsylvania. There's a family in South Carolina, all families of the people who were killed. There's a family in Colombia. They aren't here for all of this. Maybe they don't want to be a part of this. But what if they had the opportunity to see the things for their loved ones, to interact with the memorials, to leave their stories and their comments, and not leave their couch and the box of Kleenex and their dog, right? Because they can't afford it, because they're not ready for it, because they're sick of sharing the grief with the world. They can still have some of that. The website, therefore, allowed bereaved families and the wider audience to both access and take part in the spontaneous memorialization, and provided, as Schwartz and her colleagues put it, comfort to friends and family members eager to combat the fear that their loved ones would be forgotten, or that the immense expression of unity embodied in the sites would evaporate. Right, so that was an example of attentiveness and responsiveness. Now, attending and responding to the community and societal needs that the events and their spontaneous memorialization created implies and assumes responsibility and competence, which are the other 2 ethical values and demonstrations of care. Cultural institutions do not often accept responsibility for tasks that they have little or no experience of, or tasks that do not fall clearly within their policies, such as, in this case, the collecting and documentation of spontaneous memorials. Still, many museums, including the museums discussed in this presentation, seem to take a leap of faith and either pursue or accept the responsibility of taking on the challenge of designing, organizing, and implementing the collecting, conservation, and long-term storage of spontaneous memorials. The accounts of the 2 museum professionals about why, when, and how they took action strongly suggest that this was not simply following the state's or the governing body's instructions or responding to the pressure of the society's expectations. Rather, it was a conscious acknowledgement and acceptance of what some authors call a sense of obligation to the historic nature of the events and their aftermath. Now, to discuss the responsibility and competence values of the ethics of care framework, I draw on the example of the Manchester Together archive, which consists of over 10,000 items collected by the Manchester Art Gallery from the spontaneous memorials in Manchester after the arena bombing in 2017 that killed 23 people, including the bomber, and injured hundreds. Now, the person here is Amanda Wallace. At the time, as I said, was acting director of the art gallery. She says, we wanted to save and preserve and document as much as possible so we can then make an informed choice about what we do with the masses of stuff that we have. And people are really assured that there are people who have taken on that role as custodians, who are taking that responsibility of dealing with it sensitively. So I think for us now, where we go from now, is actually about making sure we involve as many people as possible in that decision. But we are also prepared to make decisions about things that won't be kept when that time comes, and that people can be reassured that the decision has been made on a clear, rational basis. Now, Wallace here talks about assuming the responsibility of managing the legacy of spontaneous memorials and mitigates any lack of previous experience by drawing on her expertise, competence, and skills deriving from her capacity as a museum professional. Importantly, though, this responsibility and competence does not cancel the previous values of attentiveness and responsiveness. And this is demonstrated by the gallery's action on the first-year anniversary. The Matches Together archive was housed in a room in the lower ground floor of the building, which was refurbished and fitted with shelves and cabinets to store the memorial objects. You can see that in the picture. But this doesn't look like a usual standard, let's say, storage room. There is a couch, there are armchairs, there's a table, there's water, there are tissues, and it was done that, and also pictures of the spontaneous memorials around the walls. This was intentional. This was created to invite and welcome families of the people who were killed on the first-year anniversary when they came to see the archive of spontaneous memorials. So the aim was to create an informal, comfortable environment to welcome families that will decide to come and see the archive. The invitation also to family members to take away items, such as the lantern with and the Manchester bee design. The bee is a symbol of Manchester. In the UK, it's kind of well-known symbol of Manchester, the working bee. So there were a lot of items like this with a bee design. So they were invited to take items, including that. You can see here the daughter of one of the mothers who were killed, one of the women who were killed. She decided to take that away, or dried flowers, or indeed a yellow soft toy, because yellow was the favorite color of one of the girls who lost their lives. That was taken by her mother. And again, if you walk in a museum or a gallery or archive, things come to you when they enter the museum or the archive. It's a long process, but they don't usually leave the museum or the archive very easily. So inviting people to take items away and have it in their houses was quite something to observe. So here the gallery staff, members of staff, are actively demonstrating an ethics of care by considering and responding to the needs of the bereaved families. Now, I suggest that these two examples support the argument that faced by the challenges of spontaneous memorials, museum professionals adopt and demonstrate ethics of care values by assuming responsibility and drawing on their professional competence to attend to and address the needs of affected individuals and groups. There are three key points that can support this argument with which I'm concluding this talk. First, museum professionals approach their work on the memorials as part of the broader societal response to the event. That's what they can do as museum professionals. Second, this creates a framework of decision-making and action that bridges their sense of personal and social responsibility and professional competence. And third, museum professionals attend and respond to the needs of the people that are seen as immediate stakeholders of this work, such as bereaved families and survivors, and place those needs before the museum sector's standard principles of collection management. In practice, this means treating collecting and the collection as an extension of the spontaneous memorialization, so that those individuals have the opportunity to participate in it in their own terms, in their own time. I hope that this brief analysis of museum professionals' navigation of the largely uncharted domain of creating and managing spontaneous memorial collections demonstrates the impact of assuming responsibility in activating an ethical and caring museum practice. My broader argument here is that ethics of care can offer a guide on how museums can deal with the aftermath of spontaneous memorials after violent events and disasters. And a more developed version of this paper is included in the forthcoming paper, which you can see on the reference of which you can see on the screen. And finally, we are like to plug the conference we are having in Manchester in June 2025 on spontaneous memorials. If any of you would like to participate, 25th of November is the deadline, and that's the website link and the QR code to that link. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostas, for a very interesting paper. And I want to invite both of you to have a seat in the front of the audience, and we will discuss further on those interesting presentations. First of all, of course, maybe you have some questions, first of all, the questions, or some general observations. If not, I'm just using my position here. Yes?
I have a question to Kostas. I wanted to ask, maybe you know, the museums, are they taking the things only from the attack places? Or, for example, the families can bring later the things related to the people who died there?
It depends on the case. In some cases, museums would invite families to bring items to add to the collection. In other cases, museums haven't done that. There are cases after the Barcelona attack in 2017, August 2017, the local history museum, along with the archives, collected the spontaneous memorials, but haven't had any contact with any of the families whatsoever. Reversely, in Orlando, which I've presented, the museum has done more than 200 oral histories with survivors and family members. And they have also taken items as well. So it really varies from case to case.
Thank you very much for both of your presentations. I will have two questions, one to each of you. So maybe the first question to Jacek. Do you know any international cases of commemorating books like in other Nazi-annexed territories or Nazi-controlled territories in Europe? How other countries, if they commemorate, if they made monuments? I mean, you show us picture from Berlin, but are there any similar initiatives abroad in Europe, basically? And the second question to the second speaker, also thank you very much for your presentation. I'm curious about this interplay between family memory and spontaneous initiatives and the state. Because I think about terrorist attack in Munich from 2016, where, if I'm correct, 8 people died. And the families of the victims of this right-wing inspired terrorist attack, they still struggling to be identified by German state. There is a memorial at this Olympia Einkaufszentrum in Munich, but some families, they are not so pleased with that. There is a civic initiative called Munich Remembers, München Erinnern, with annual march, but still it's still, you know, below the state or even local, so Bavarian recognition. How does it work in your case studies, or could you please give us some examples if the voices from below, from the families, were actually heard? and the spontaneous monuments stopped being spontaneous, but they were legitimized officially. Thank you very much.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm Isabella Paszko, and I represent German Historical Institute in Warsaw. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm not able to say something about more examples, so I was trying to find some monuments in Europe, and not only in Europe, but not obviously in Europe, but I couldn't find. And I think it's a huge problem because I think there is no monuments devoted to books. There is, for example, a monument in Wrocław dedicated to books which were destroyed during the flood, 1997. But I think also plaques or memorials in the library buildings. No.
Thank you for the question, and I was interested to hear that you mentioned the Munich case, because I've been trying to. There was a spontaneous memorial in Munich, but I couldn't find any evidence of it being collected. So if you know otherwise, I'll be very interested to hear. Now, the connection between family memory, spontaneous memorial, and let's say official memory. Now. No, family members get, and what we mean by families is very complicated here as well. So who is a family member? How do we talk about immediate family, extended family? There are families that are not just a singular kind of unit. So that is another big discussion as well. But family members can, in most cases nowadays, they get really involved in the official memorialization. So they get, usually they're involved in consultations, and this is where there is a lot of kind of, let's say, disagreement and passion in terms of what the memorial will look like, where will it be, who is the designer, and all these kind of questions, which were also the case with Manchester. Now, interestingly, when we had families visiting the Manchester Together archive, it was also the time that they were starting the conversations about the official memorial. And although there were lots of disagreements about the official memorial, there was an agreement in terms of the importance and the value of the spontaneous memorial, because perhaps it was seen as grassroots initiative rather than the other one, which was a state initiative. But my research is looking at the kind of the grassroots spontaneous memorials rather than the official memorials. So I think that's the kind of the limit of what I can say without muddling my answer further. In terms of kind of family kind of memory, that's really interesting for us and for the research that we are doing at the moment, because I mean, I kind of mentioned before that families came to see the archive, and not all families came. About half of the families came, and some members came twice or 3 times. The other half of the families did not come at all. So the question is, why didn't they come? And there are various kind of questions, answers to that. Maybe they're not ready, maybe they're not interested, maybe they just want to, well, in inverted commas, move on, which we cannot really kind of move on. But there are various questions. But the question that we have at the moment, and perhaps this is a way of me answering your question, is what is the value of these collections for the family members and the survivors? Is there any kind of healing or therapeutic aspect? Because in the end of the day, the question that museums and libraries and archives have is, why are we keeping this stuff? And the easy question, the easy answer is for the future generations. Okay, fair enough. But how about now? Are the families of the people who were killed going to be benefited by this now? Can we answer that question? So we're trying now. We're attending our focus on that. Can we can we understand the kind of, as I said, the healing or therapeutic benefit of that? Now, interestingly, that was 2017 when the attack happened. It's 2024 now. It happened in a concert, in an Ariana Grande concert. Teenagers were there. who are now adults. So a few weeks ago, we had one of the survivors coming to see the archive, and she was 13, and now she's 20. So she comes now with a different, she's a different person now. And it was very kind of moving to see her reaction. She was very emotional. She thanked the museum staff for keeping this. So there is anecdotal evidence of there is some kind of benefit, but there is also a risk of re-traumatization. We don't want to re-traumatize people who have already been traumatized by the event. So that's why we want to do this kind of research in a way that kind of answers the question without creating more harm. But yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please, question. Yeah.
Hi there, it's Toby Butler from Royal Holloway, University of London. Kostas, it's interesting that you frame it with the museum professional perspective. I can just think of a couple of examples of other professions or other kind of sorts of people that are involved in this. One was the Grenfell disaster, where some community artists got involved, and there's this real problem with spontaneous memorials, where there's a moment where the flowers start to decompose, it all looks a bit shabby, and the council are kind of desperate to come in and clear it all up, and it's seen as a health hazard, and and all that kind of thing. And so there's this sort of moment, I think, where if a museum doesn't get involved, who is, and who in the community has the authority to make that kind of decision. And in Grenfell, there was what's now become a highly politicised organisation that's involved. Obviously, that was emerging at the time, but in the end, a community artist decided to collect up these often children's artwork, and they were made into a book, or the ones that weren't, that were in good enough condition, were made into a book which was made by the artist and put into libraries. I think 6 local libraries around Grenfell. So that was, I think, a way that it could be made public, and I guess there's been no research into whether they were ever looked at or borrowed or whatever, but I thought it was interesting that an arts practitioner got involved in that way. I can also think of other examples where, often of individuals in the family that have actually decided, and there's one example in my hometown where someone, unfortunately a friend of mine's son, got murdered in a knife attack, and where he died, a spontaneous memorial was created, which teenagers mostly kind of put things like skateboards and things that he was kind of interested in. But it was in a very sad kind of part of town, and it wasn't a particularly nice place to go. And in the end, it was there for a long, long time, probably about a year. And eventually the family decided to move it. And so they sponsored a park bench, and then they had a memorial on the bench itself. And this is very common, isn't it, to have kind of benches as a memorial. But then they moved the bits that they could over to that and put out an announcement, or maybe perhaps even a notice. I'm not sure, just saying, look, we've moved. Don't worry, but we've moved it over to somewhere that's a bit more pleasant to remember. So I suppose that's 2 examples, I suppose, of other people in society taking that role. I was just wondering if you've come across that, or whether it's mostly museums that step in.
Yes, thanks, Toby. Yes, I have come across the cases that you've mentioned, and others. For example, in the Soram air show crash, that was a disaster, an accident in the south of England. There was a spontaneous memorial that a local community really collected, and then they kind of asked the city council to step in and look after it. And the city council asked the city archives to kind of take responsibility of the collection, and which they did, and they've done an amazing job cataloging and documenting it. And that's not the only case. So it's not always that museums and galleries will be the ones initiating the collecting. Sometimes they are the recipients of the collecting. Sometimes, and I think this is being recorded, so I need to be careful what I'm saying. In a case which I will not mention, international case, the archivists would pressure the city council to do something about the spontaneous memorial, and the city council wouldn't do it. And then they they went to the media. In a media interview, the archivist kind of almost announced that the city will be collecting, and almost force the city to take action. So I'm not going to mention the case, but you have also this kind of cases as well, including, and of course, as you mentioned, artists being heavily involved. Interestingly, Manchester has collected a few artworks that came about in the aftermath of the attack. And there was something else I wanted to mention, but I forgot what it was. It might come back to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to ask?
Lucia Vervechkenia, Vilnius University. Thank you very much for both very interesting presentations. I have a very specific question to Kostas on the research design or the samples. Does your team and you particularly take into account somehow the spontaneous commemorations that take place in other countries? For instance, the memorials, would it qualify as a memorial, the commemorations next to the embassies of the respective countries where the terrorist attacks took place? Or is it outside of the scope of your work? Thank you.
In the case of Manchester, the answer is no. We are aware of other things happening around the world. I had students of mine being in Barcelona for holidays and sending me photographs of the spontaneous memorial there. A spontaneous memorial dedicated to the Manchester victims, yeah? But the answer is no. We haven't looked at those. We haven't looked at what happened to those memorial items. Yeah, which actually, this reminds me of what I wanted to say before, which is that a lot of these spontaneous memorials that are looked after by families are usually the roadside memorials, or there's like a crash, car crash, and there's a kind of families kind of look after those memorial items. But there's a broader question here, which is which spontaneous memorial ends up being in a museum or an archive or in a library. Because here it has to be, it relates to questions of value and significance. What is significant enough? Or what do we mean by significance here? And that was a lot of, this is also a criticism. Why is a particular event collected and other events, perhaps of similar kind of nature, are not? And that's a bigger, I suppose, kind of discussion about who makes the decisions and why.
Yeah, okay, please.
Thank you. I would like to keep up on this topic of significance, and this is a question to Kostas probably primarily. Maybe if we could broaden the geography of the scope of the attention and the significance of attention of the researcher. So my question is maybe an attempt to de-Westernize a little bit the topic, because all the cases that have been brought up here belong to the Western world. Right, and there are many places really turbulent and violence happening on a larger scale and maybe more often. So the question is, to what extent is this ethics of care and the researchers look upon the memorials, spontaneous memorials, is universal, and is it possible to apply the same research design, the same point of view to different areas? And it's also about the significance of grieving, and grieving can become a kind of privilege if you do not have enough space and time and support for that. So this divide between the Western world and so the rest of the world, from the point of view of ethics of care and spontaneous memorials, how do you see it?
Thank you for that. There are 2 points I want to make on that. First one is, and I was before in the discussion about the documentation of the war in Ukraine, and my question was, are there spontaneous memorials have been kind of recorded, documented in an ongoing conflict? That's it doesn't matter. It doesn't so much matter where it is the ongoing conflict, whether it's in the Western world or not in the Western world. It's very difficult to kind of put to expect, I suppose, for spontaneous memorials to be the priority or one of the priorities of collecting or documentation. That's why, although there might be included in what organizations might document, and I would have been interested to hear about what's happening in Ukraine around that. Sure. Yeah. I'm coming to that. Yeah. So the one is about the conflict, the ongoing conflict, where it is, and then there is all the examples of spontaneous memorials that have been collected. The ones at least I have found are in North America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, possibly a handful of cases in China, possibly a case in Russia, but I have struggled to find cases in other parts of the world. In Africa, for example, I haven't found anything. It doesn't mean that they don't exist, but perhaps they're not documented in a way that a researcher can find them. Middle East, maybe they're not at all. There's also the question of cultural behavior here, which is in some parts of the world, especially when there is an ongoing conflict, spontaneous memorialization becomes almost obsolete because it's an ongoing memorialization. It's an ongoing issue, and also in some cultures, spontaneous memorials or even collecting them becomes counterproductive. It's a way it doesn't allow a society to recover. I'm kind of thinking specifically of a discussion I was having with a colleague from Taiwan that said, well, here it wouldn't happen because that would it would seem that we're not moving on by collecting those kind of spontaneous memorials, which they don't happen anyway. So there are cultural perspectives here. I would be interested to hear other people's views on that that define this kind of reaction. It is a very Western reaction. It's a very Western reaction because of this kind of notion of public grief, whether people publicly grieve, community grief, and whether there are other kind of rituals that are in place that channel that kind of community or publicly demonstrable, the public demonstration of grief. I'm not sure this answers to some extent your question, or you want to follow up on that?
Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah.
Can I? Ilona Strumyskina from the National Library. I have questions for both of you. Thank you, first of all, for interesting presentations. And my question to Jacek would be, you mentioned about memorialization in the form of monuments. Are there some different kinds of memorialization? Because this summer I was at the Library of Congress, and at the center of it is the personal library of President Jefferson. Part of it, a bigger part of it, was destroyed during the fire in the middle of the 20th century. And now what they are trying to do, they are trying to recreate it. So I wonder if Polish libraries are trying to recreate what was lost during the World War II. That is my first question. And the second would be to Kostas. You mentioned that during the Manchester case, there was a bomber who also died. Is there any item or artifact related to him at the museum? And how people react to it if it exists? So thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I don't know about such projects in Poland, but it's, I think, in this case, in the case of Krasiński Library, it's really interesting that these manuscripts which were burned, we have today no idea about these manuscripts. I mean, we have no inventories. So we don't know what we lost. So that's the problem.
So the spontaneous memorials are items that the public leaves in a public space. And they're usually, as I said, cards, flowers, soft toys, candles, all sorts of other things. You know, we have things like a guitar. Anyway, lots of different things, whatever people... also things that kind of give us an indication of the journey that somebody has taken to come to the spontaneous memorial and their intention behind it. So sometimes you can see... So I'm taking a longer route to answer your question. You can see soft toys that are very worn out. So you can think of a child going to their bedroom, choosing their favorite soft toy, leaving that, going to the spontaneous memorial site, leaving it. So there's a kind of an intention behind that and a journey. And then we have receipts from like coffee shop receipts or something like that, with somebody has written on the back of that hashtag Stronger Together. So you can start to imagine or reconstruct the kind of the scenario where they're there and they're looking in their pockets, what do I have here? And they kind of scribble something and they deposit that. So these are the kind of the public's items rather than and they are often, especially the text items, they are addressing the city or the community, the country perhaps, or the people who were killed, the 22 who were killed, or the individual people who were killed. So the perpetrator is represented through what people say about him rather than items that are directly relevant to him. So we have letters from children that say, "Dear Bomber." Kind of children don't know, they don't mince their words, they don't know the kind of the impact that sometimes there was. They write the way they think. Yeah, the things they say, you wouldn't kind of describe them in that way. I cannot kind of repeat it here, but it's very honest, I suppose. But he is represented through the way people either talk about him or actually, more importantly, by the absence of his mention.
Yeah, I just have for both of you a question, pretty bureaucratic question, because the title of the conference is "And the State." And my question is for both of you, the state institution's position, it's the program memorization is by the state started or just private initiative. In your case, it's a bit different, maybe. And the transition from the emotion, from family reaction to museum, and the transition to the reaction of the governmental institutions. Are you following this?
Thank you very much. I think the both of monuments that I showed are examples of spontaneous, I think, because the urn was these ashes that was question of librarians after the war, and I think this monument was in Kalisz was maybe not spontaneously, but I think the discussion was only on in this region. So it's for me really interesting in Poland that the state and I would say doesn't or is not interesting in such in libraries. I think in war losses in this field. In Poland, in report about war losses that Polish government 2 or 3 years ago showed in Germany. It was in Poland and Germany. We have discussed about this. There is no word about losses in libraries, so it's really interesting. And we know very little about the war losses in Polish libraries. So in 1945 and 46, the Polish Ministry of Culture conducted a survey about the cultural losses, but this survey could not cover all losses because many libraries didn't exist. Jewish libraries, but also Polish libraries. For example, in a town Pińczów near Kielce or between Kielce and Krakow, there were at least 4 libraries, 2 Jewish, 2 Polish libraries, but the city was burned down in September 1939, and there was no institutional connection between pre-war time and post-war time. And so my answer is, it could be, we know very little about losses in libraries, and such objects as books or manuscripts are smaller than big paintings, for example. And for politicians, is I think much or more simpler to make photograph with great sculpture or something like that. And I think that's the problem.
Yes, thanks for asking the question about the state. I've kind of implied it in my presentation, but this gives me the opportunity to expand a little bit on that. So in the literature about grassroots or spontaneous memorials, there's an argument that these are grassroots by the people, and then you have the official memorials that are by the state. And there are usually no connection between the two. Now, one of my PhD students who is studying the Manchester Together archive has kind of made the kind of argument that that the state is present in spontaneous memorials, and I'll give you an example with the Manchester case. Well, the state, i.e. the city council, tasked the Manchester Art Gallery, which is the only local authority museum. Because you could ask, why would an art gallery collect spontaneous memory? It's not a history museum, it's not an archive. It's the only local authority institution, so the city council tasked its own institution to do the collecting. So here you have the kind of the intervention, I suppose, of the state. But also, what happens? On the first day, so the first spontaneous memorials appeared in Albert Square, for those who are familiar with Manchester. But they were moved by the city council to a different square because on that kind of first day there was going to be a vigil, people kind of gathering in Albert Square. So they took the spontaneous memorials and make a decision. They could have just thrown them away. Nobody would have said anything, I think. But they decided to move them to a different square close by, and then which then became the focal point of that spontaneous memorialization. So here's another example of the state intervening. And then what they did, they started putting these kind of cordons around the spontaneous memorial items, which they were expanded as the memorial was expanding. And they put also a night guard to look after the kind of the site. So you have the presence of the state, perhaps in a very kind of unassuming way, but it is there. And then they funded the art gallery with extra funds to refurbish the room where the archive was hosted. So that's an example of the state being present.
Thank you. Well, our time is going to the end. Even you are insisting very much. I am limited in time, but if the question is short, please. Pardon? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Jan Haugner from the University of Bern. A question to Kostas. Let me first congratulate you on your very interesting topic and a great presentation. I wanted to ask you to elaborate a bit on the development of these spontaneous memorials. I think the first example you mentioned is from the 80s, and I was especially wondering about how the development of social media influenced that. And also one comment, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but also in video games such spontaneous memorials take place. If a developer dies or something, in online video games, sometimes players gather together, just as a hint. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the mention about the video games. I was made aware of that by the chief executive of the UK's video games, online games association. I wasn't aware, but I need to look into it. So what was the first question again?
Historical development.
Right, yes. Yes, okay, that's really interesting because it goes back to one of the questions I think one of our colleagues before was asking, maybe we need to expand what we mean by spontaneous memorials here. But some of the first kind of ones that I'm aware of after the death of basically celebrities or prominent figures create kind of spontaneous memorials, larger scale spontaneous memorials, because again, it depends what we're talking about. Roadside shrines, which are spontaneous memorials, have been happening for actually centuries. But the kind of type that we're talking about here, which is usually after that is a larger scale events that lead to larger scale reactions, we see primarily in the, after the death of John Lennon, the death of Diana, Princess Diana, and actually that was, yeah. So if you, from the 80s and 90s onwards, and now media and social media. Now, interestingly, when the Manchester Art Gallery was discussing what to do with the spontaneous, the removal of the objects, there was a very ritualized process of removing the object. There were about 200 people on site, volunteers from the City Council and Manchester Art Gallery employees and university students, and so on. And everybody was told, no phones, put away your phone, no photography, just be as quiet as possible, no bin bags, no black bin bags. So they had crates. So there was an aesthetics aspect there of what you kind of, the way the gallery removed the objects from the public space. And also, the reason for that is that the Amanda Wallace, who led the project, had in his mind what happened with Diana's flowers and spontaneous memorials, where the bulldozers came in and kind of scooped everything up and put it in the bin. So she basically said, we're not going to do that. Because she had in her memory, in her living memory of that kind of reaction. And then social media has played a major role because spontaneous memorialization, it doesn't only take place in physical spaces, it takes place on social media. We had people where, I mean, you're surprised by that, if somebody leaves a spontaneous memorial, then take a selfie. So they kind of almost documenting their own presence in the spontaneous memorialization as well, or happening exclusively on social media. And also, when I went to Barcelona in August 2017, 3 months after the terrorist attack in Manchester, there was a terrorist attack in Barcelona, and the museum staff the members of staff in the museum told me, we know what you did in Manchester, because we've seen the images. Not necessarily on social media, but on media. So there is also not just a circulation of how to, of an expected, or a creation of an expected expression of grief, but also an expected expression of practice, of museum practice amongst professionals. So, almost like a globalization of the phenomenon.
Thank you very much to both speakers. Thank you very much for your questions, for your answers. And well, thank you very much for Peter from Vienna that he cannot come. We used all your time. Thank you. We missed you, but because your topic would be exactly like a consequence of two of those because of politicization of memorials in modern Hungary and which contesting the past and memories. So, but we'll leave that for the next time. And now I suppose I was instructed to finish on time, to say once again, thank you so much, and see you next time, or see you tomorrow. Thank you.